Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. If you are new to what we do here on TIR, well, welcome. So glad to have you here. This should be a great episode for you to dip your toes to the TIR pool, as this is some of the most viewed streams of the year 2024. And instead of doing like I did the other day, but putting like 13 episodes all together, we're going to break this down a little bit. We're only going to go about 3 at a time. There's a lot. But I wanted to go down the top 10 shows in 2024. I looked up to see what were the most viewed shows in 2024, and I was a little shocked at some of the shows. Unfortunately, the system won't let me upload shows that are over 2 hours long. And our most viewed show of this year was a show we did with Amber Ailey Frost. So you should go back and check that out. I don't remember the name of it. I think Dirtbag is in the title. That's the name of her book. I think we said something about the Dirtbag Left, which is a moniker I'm not the biggest fan of. I have enough esteem issues. I don't need to be known as part of some crew of people that I don't think are really that bad. I think it's just a name people put on people that aren't particularly PC. I know people might say, well, that's a term we don't use anymore. It's like, nah, but what's the difference between that and woke? But yeah, I don't think I like that. But anyway, I was introduced on a panel with Amber a few years ago at Irvine, and Matt Chrisman as part of the Dirtbag Left. I don't know. Considering some of the comments that Mac and I have gotten from the sports show, maybe it is a name that I have earned, but I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of it. That being said, that's the most viewed show of this year. Number 2, surprisingly, is again the first appearance of Norm Finkelstein. I think that episode found its way into some people's algorithms because Norm had his debate with Destiny earlier this year, and I'm sure that's why that showed up. And also the gooning clip again was another highly viewed thing on this channel, which I don't think we get enough props for, being the show where Norm went off on the whole gooning thing. Only here in TIR can Norm feel comfortable to complain about how gooning is a pathway to fascism. While I don't know if I think that link is so direct, I do understand what he was trying to say. We did play that episode again. So on the top shows of the first 5 years, which we aired a few days ago, and that stream is up, all 12 plus hours of it. That's maybe the 3rd episode in. I think I put about 12 shows up that we did over 5 years. There's a lot of shows, sadly, that I wanted to put up that are audio only. Like I don't think I did the last interview with Mike Davis, but it was maybe second to last, because I know after we had done it and I sent it to him, he said he didn't want to do any more interviews because he was so ill of health at the time. He coughed a lot during the episode. And he didn't like the fact that he sounded sick. But his work has been very influential in a lot of the things that I do. And I'm glad we have it to reference. It's a big loss when we lost Mike Davis, but that is a show that's up for audio. I couldn't tell you what episode it is. It's pretty old, so I think it's like episode like 80 or something like that. And right now, on just the main shows, we're on episode 680, and that's just the main shows. We've done over 1,000 shows on this channel. I repeat, over 1,000 shows. That's insane to think about how many shows we've done between Mau Mau's and Red Zones and Gaming Materialists and Philosophy for the People and Pop Life. 1,000. Whew. Here's to 1,000 more, right? But these are some interesting episodes. I think they're still pretty relevant. I'm excited to see what you guys have to say about some of these because I'm sure you maybe haven't revisited these. And if this is your first foray into what we do here at TIR, what better time to jump in than at the end of the year when we're replaying some of our most viewed shows. So, you're going to see some of the normal people. You're going to see some Bert Cooper. Of course, going to see some Pascal Robert. Will you see some Ray Reed? Maybe. Will you see some Adolf? I don't think so. Will you see, who else do you think you're going to see? It was a pretty interesting year. And also shocked that the episode we did with Catherine Liu was one of the more viewed shows that we did for the year. So sit back, relax, enjoy these episodes, and I will see you guys sooner than later because I have to make another one of these. I'm just going to change my shirt. So it looks like it's another day. Or is it another day? You'll never know. But thank you guys so much. And I am out. Greetings. I'm your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. For all the returning listeners and subscribers, thank you for coming back. For those new to the channel, welcome. Hope you enjoy the show. If you do enjoy the show, make sure you hit that like and subscribe on the way out. Getting that out of the way, let me bring in my co-host, my homie, my dog. He is the man of the Mau Mau Hour. King of Miami, the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. Nice hosters you're banging out there.
This is from the AI music that we are provided from the system that we use. So maybe house music is something that this AI does right. I see Dr. Claus said, turns up to Bitter Lake. I'm going to be putting out some Bitter Lake music that hasn't been on Spotify soon. So keep your eye out for that. All that stuff dropped a few years ago. So the ADOS song that is the end credits for the original cartoons outro. All that good stuff is coming out on Spotify soon. So Fanon can't save us now. Dun, dun, dun. Frantz Fanon, for many people, is the face of decolonial studies. His books, Black Skin, White Mask, and Wretched of the Earth, are extremely important texts, but what do so many people do wrong when they read Fanon? A book was published a few years ago of some unpublished Fanon essays, and our guest today wrote a review in the LA Review of Books on it titled Fanon Can't Save Us Now. Here's an excerpt from that review. Fanon has become an almost mythical figure in anti-racist and anti-colonial discourse, and in the process, many of his specific political commitments have been watered down or edited out. Any reader of the vast literature on Fanon might be struck, for example, by the relative neglect of Chapter 3 of Wretched of the Earth, The Misadventures of National Consciousness, in which Fanon raises alarms about the rise of a post-colonial national bourgeoisie. We have seen how the colonized always dream of taking the colonist's place, not of becoming a colonist, but of replacing him. Fanon wrote at the start of Wretched of the Earth for the bourgeoisie. He goes on to say, nationalization signifies very precisely the transfer into indigenous hands of privileges inherited from the colonial period. Fanon's relentless attack on elites offers a prescient counter to the scores of corporations today affirming their commitment to Black liberation, a vision that has reached its apotheosis with Goldman Sachs' $10 billion investment in redressing the exclusion of Black women from capital accumulation. That is a quote from our guest today, Todd Cronin, professor of art history at Emory University. Please give a warm TIR welcome to Professor Todd Cronin.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on, Professor Cronin.
I love the podcast. So,
thank you very much. We do our best to do this show, and this is one of those topics where I'm sure a lot of people are going to be pissed off. Like, I'm not even looking at the comments. I'm going to look at them right now. Pascal's eyes. I just saw Pascal's eyes veer off. It's like, don't do it. That. As you rightly state in your review, Todd, Fanon is used in anti-racist and anti-colonial studies and Afro-pessimism. What are folks missing when they are using the writings of Fanon for these subjects? In your opinion?
I mean, Fanon's like a kind of industry, it seems. And so when you guys mentioned, maybe I'd come and talk about Fanon, that was right after this brand new book dropped, right? So this it's big. Adam Schatz's biography, The Rebels Clinic on Fanon. And it's been many years in the making, and Schatz it's a serious biography. There's a lot of archival research, and it's a very good read and all that stuff. But it is a fundamentally kind of bourgeois biography of Fanon. I mean, it just continues the process of editing and neutering and neutralizing and just sucking the life out of Fanon, and turning him into a kind of cultural artifact. I mean, that's not exactly the intent of what they're doing. They're trying to bring attention to him, but in the process, they just drain it of its, what I want to call is politics, which is Marxist. And, I think that's actually pretty straightforward in Fanon. There's a lot of discussion about how Marxism's, the nature of Marxism in Fanon, but it's actually really pretty straightforward. And that is, there's basically three aspects of Fanon that's Marxist, and all three of them get kind of drained out of it. The first one is, and that's the kind of, Fanon can't save you now part of it, is that he's a strategic, tactical, contextual thinker. He's like, in the trenches for a lot of his writings, right? So after 1954 and the Algerian War starts heating up, he's radicalized very quickly. And his writing is deeply kind of connected to the struggle. And he's not writing theory, right? He's not writing a theory that can be extracted from the context of which he's writing. So that's the first thing is I think he thinks of himself in the Lenin tradition of a kind of practical writing. So he calls it pragmatic realism.
Mm.
That's one thing that's is left out when they try and make him a theorist. And the theory of Fanon is really based on the first book, Black Skin, White Masks, which is a very great book, but I don't even think that's a theory, theoretical or philosophical text in the way that people make it out to be. But the second thing that's Marxist about it is the key, the key to the castle in Fanon is understanding how history works for him. And that is Marxist in the sense that I'll put it as kind of basically as I can, but like in the Communist Manifesto, the characterization of the bourgeoisie as a kind of necessary step in the process towards communism. That's exactly where colonization stands. So colonization is the kind of bourgeois, in a sense, necessity that needs to be violently overthrown to get to the new place.
Mm-hmm.
So the colonists bring certain things, and part of it is, people don't like this part of it, but Fanon is a secular thinker. He's a secular, he thinks that the new African, national consciousness national consciousness, he says, is completely opposed to nationalism, right? So national consciousness is thinking of Africa as its own kind of entity with its own needs. And those needs are not going to be the past. So he's okay with the kind of erasure of certain kind of he thinks dead traditions, mostly superstition. So he's withering about superstition and religion. And that get him into trouble in the revolution. And this is a kind of complicated point about it. But for him, he always thinks of history as a kind of like as a transition between one state and another. So like, for instance, a super famous discussion on violence, maybe over famous discussion about violence.
Mm-hmm.
It's an account of like for violence. He's just saying, this is the situation we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
Violence is the step that needs to be taken in this particular context in order to get to where we want to go. And then he talks a lot about when we go from after that, what that's going to look like. And that's when he has this massive kind of assault on what we would call the PMC, professional managerial class. And he calls it the managerial class. This is the African managerial class. It's like a low-grade bourgeoisie. That's where he spends, a lot of rhetoric there talking about this class that's coming in to kind of pick up the scraps, opportunists, feeding on the cadaver of colonialism to get their share. And in the process, they are destroying the revolution. And that is a great deal of what Fanon talks about. And that part of his argument is really not at the core of his reception. Let me just put it bluntly. His concern about how this cultural elite, the colonized intellectual, as he calls it, comes in to pick up the scraps, which is, again, this kind of amazing account of opportunism that is the kind of destructive force. But the other way in which he is Marxist, and this is maybe even the most fundamental of all, is that he thinks class is what drives something like race. So he puts it absolutely bluntly in all of his books from beginning to end, that class comes first, exploitation comes first, and racism is the way in which exploitation it functions. That's why you need racism, or racism is a tool by which a capitalist exploits people. It divides people. And that's the fundamental Marxist premise. And that part of it is systematically repressed. Yeah, we can get into why. I mean, it's kind of interesting why Fanon, of all people, is the target of this kind of, editorializing.
Pascal, do you want to add?
Yeah, I want to ask you that Fanon rooted his solutions for colonized Africans on solid political economy, as you state in your piece. Why do you think that Fanon has been appropriated by these other thinkers so much when even his solutions are rooted in political economy?
Yeah, I mean that's the untold story. It's totally true. he's a romantic figure. He has an attractive life. He's an attractive person. You know, so he's born in 1925 in Martinique, Caribbean. Fights in World War II on the side of the French against the Nazis. Becomes disillusioned because of the racism in France. Goes back to Martinique. Comes back to France. Works in these psychiatric hospitals and is very, very instrumental in kind of in creating new techniques for dealing with psychopathologies. And then he goes to Algeria, and he's right in the thick of things with the Algerian War. He is then exiled to Tunisia, to Tunis. And then he spends kind of the rest of his life in Tunisia. And he dies very young in 1961. He actually dies in Maryland, United States, funded by the CIA, strangely. Dies of leukemia. So he's a tragic figure. He's a very, very powerful writer. He's a very great writer. And I think that mixture, and he was taken up, you know, famously by Black Power in various ways, by Black Power, you know, writers in the 60s. And it was called, you know, Wretch of the Earth was called the Bible for many of them. Mm-hmm. But I really think the kind of canonization of the kind of fucked up version of Fanon is with the translation in 68 of Black Skin, White Mask. And there is a chapter from that book called The Fact of Blackness, which is the actual title, which has been, you know, retranslated correctly, is The Lived Experience of Blackness. But the fact of blackness was anthologized everywhere. Right. So that's the kind of portable version. So people basically had two chapters. They had like the fact of blackness, and then they had the on violence. Mm-hmm. And it was just a kind of, you know, those are really, you know, again, they can become kind of theoretical. They can be totally taken out of the context of what he's writing and become a kind of, an independent statement or something on race.
Then, and I pose this question to the both of you, Pascal and Todd. Then does Fanon, in a way, end up kind of like King, where King is forever immortalized in 1964, stripped of his real politics, and all we know about him is like the tail end of a speech and maybe images of the marches, right? Images of him getting arrested. Is Fanon kind of in that same way where we're, like you said, a romantic figure? They both died at 39, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It's 36,
do we take away from Fanon the chapter on violence, and he's the violent revolution guy, just like King's the peace and love guy? Is that the way that both of these guys are looked at then?
I've always believed that one of the reasons why Fanon was so appealing to the mainstream intellectual chattering class is that he puts a petit bourgeois veneer on revolutionary violence in a way that is acceptable to the aesthetic of middle-class intellectuals.
How is it acceptable in your opinion?
Because it doesn't have the same kind of it's not the Mau Mau. It's not like, you know, the urban. It's not like the rebellious revolution from the bottom. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like, you know, it's the intellectual posturings of, you know, a doctor, a psychiatrist. You know, this is fascinating how he can talk about, you know, the violence of the revolution, as opposed to confronting the actual violence of the actual rank and file peasantry in the actual, you know, thoroughfares of the colony. So I'm a fan of his work. I always have been, but I've always been suspicious of the way he's been so easily appropriated by Western intellectuals. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Todd.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, we were chatting about this before. It's like, well, what is it that's actually going on when there is this kind of need to transform all of the radical politics into something that's consumable, right? To kind of edit it out in a way that gets rid of the poison. And in my world, we call it presentism, right? Kind of just like taking your present concerns and just like throwing it onto the past and shaping it to your contemporary needs. And if you do violence to it, then you do. But we were talking about like, these recent things like, the Rustin film, which is this kind of similar in a certain way, in that, you have to do a certain amount of work to take someone like Rustin and make him into this kind of, identity politics hero, and just make it pure romance, right? And drain it of the least, the most basic aspects of his thought. One of the things about that Rustin film is, if I remember right, I don't think the word labor is uttered like once in that film.
Oof.
It's fucking 90 minutes, so but I mean, I think the Fanon is similar, but yeah, I think you're right though, Pascal, that the violence, the part about the violence lends itself to a kind of romance that, again, I just don't think that Fanon quite saw coming, but maybe he should have. I mean, he was 36 when he died. It's not all a cogent. It's not an all cogent account that he has, and it's important to kind of demythologize him, because I think he's a very, very interesting and important figure, and a kind of crucial thinker. But the mythologizing and romanticizing, which I guess he did lend himself to in a certain way, partly because he's writing in this rhetorical way that's meant to kind of get people, drum up excitement for the revolution, that it oversteps the mark a bit. I mean, is that his fault? Yes and no. Yes and no. But the thing that that is the concerning part is, why is it there is this kind of like extreme desire to rewrite the past in our own terms, even the most obviously inappropriate stuff.
But isn't that dangerous though? Because it's almost like we're taking out of context the moment that Fanon is in, as you're talking about. It's a very tumultuous moment in the part of Africa is in. Before we even came on, Pascal mentioned that Fanon doesn't even really talk about sub-Saharan Africa.
Right.
He just talks about, a few regions, and definitely doesn't really talk about the United States at all. So are people wrong then to use that kind of decolonial thinking in the US context, for example? Because that's still, here we are in 2024, and you still hear people talking about the internal colonies of the inner cities, which oh God, what is his name? Donald Harris called out in the 70s. I think 73, he writes that really great paper that Adolf shared with us. Shout out to Adolf Reed, that we quote so much on this show. But is this kind of where that reading of Fanon goes wrong when we think about like the internal colony theory?
Yeah. So that's a really interesting point, because I mean, one of the things that is, again, all too rarely mentioned about Fanon, and he dies in 61, so he wasn't really around, for when Black Power stuff really got going. But he did say in Wretch of the Earth, "This is not for you guys," and because he says, so colonialism involves a military and police, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And that's like literally what he says, right? So the idea that a colony is in your mind, or, in my world, fucking insane things like decolonizing your syllabus, that has absolutely nothing to do with, Fanon. And he did say that. I mean, he knew that, he was specific about the things he was interested in. And he says, like at first there seemed to be some commonalities, but then we both realized, meaning both, he's talking about New York and Chicago, we both realized that our situations are different. The situation in Africa, the situation in the United States is different. So yeah, if you don't have an army, you don't have a colony. He just says that. right? And he's one of the things I should just kind of add to that is there's a ton of stuff he writes about the turning of colonialism into a psychological phenomenon. And so he hates the idea that racism is unconscious, right? And he's constantly talking about this, that the colonizer wants it to be an unconscious thing. But in fact, what the colonization is all about is shoving it in your face all day long, your inferiority. It's not something under the table. It's not an unconscious bias. It's not microaggressions. It's fucking aggression. And it is meant to keep you in place all day long in 1,000 different ways. So it's a police state. And you were meant to feel inferior every moment of your life to keep you under wraps. So he thought the kind of psychologizing of it was completely bizarre, or just wrong.
Pascal?
Well, then again, that gets back to the larger question that we had today: is that why is this being revived at this particular moment to do such a disservice to the work of this man to highlight and support such bad politics?
Yeah, I mean, if I were generous, I would say maybe there's something dangerous in this stuff, not in a kind of romantic sense, but in the sense that it gives the lie to the assumptions that we are laboring under, the neoliberal assumptions about how identity functions versus, say, class. And it's in a sense. They have to. I'm almost tempted to say colonize, but you get the point, right? You have to kind of find these folks, whether it's MLK or Rustin or Fanon, or Shirley Chisholm, or whatever it is that they're doing now, and tweak it to and really. So yeah, we were talking to some friends about American Fiction. About even that. So that's like the novel's 10 years old, 20 years old. How the script alters it. So this is a kind of presentism of right now. So it's like tweaking that even to make it say what we want it to say now. And as if the original is just like, it's this kind of material to be handled. It's a good question. Why it's the basic question of ideology, right? It's how does ideology function? But it kind of needs these things.
But to your point about American Fiction, which we did a show on, I don't know if you saw that. Can you even read that book if you've seen the movie? Because the book's going to be a real shock to your system, because white people don't play the pivotal role that they play in the movie. And a lot of these films that are coming out, and what I call the last gasp of the Black PMC, as they've kind of ran through their George Floyd money. All these movies have kind of a main thesis, which is white people bad. Once we get over white people, then we'll get there, wherever there is supposed to be in these films. A book like Erasure by Percival Everett, one of the best books on kind of just everyday Black class life, and to take all of the class out of it with, talented actors to a degree, but it served to your point, it served a mighty function when it comes to rehabilitating people on a meta level, like Issa Rae, who does come from privilege, like the character that she plays. And gets to have something that the book character doesn't have. The book character is mentioned a couple of times in the first few chapters, and that's it.
Right.
And the name is different as well. The book is Wanda Mae Jenkins, right? But she gets to have like a redemption arc, so we can understand where she's coming from when she writes this drivel. That becomes a movie that in real life won an Oscar, which is Precious.
Right.
And all the quotes that were getting put on by white people in that movie were actually said by Black people in real life. So Does this charade need to be protected to protect job security?
I mean, that's not part of it. Yeah, I mean, there's more or less degrees of subtlety of ideology, right? And kind of pinning it down is, sometimes hard, because they're, they are subtle often. There's kind of like the really, really, really bad, obvious versions, and then there's a kind of slight tweaking of things to kind of inject it with your contemporary concerns. But as you're saying, right, there's an arc to all of it, and the arc is the same. And all of it is about displacing class onto something more primal, right, which is, some kind of identity that is the original sin, right? Some original sin argument. I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe we shouldn't be so. Maybe this isn't such a difficult thing. Maybe it is about money, and the money of because how does it possibly serve their interests to say that they're the ones actually, that is, the people creating this stuff are the ones generating the inequalities? It could just be as simple as that the people generating all this content have to replay this story over and over and over again, because otherwise what the story is about them and what they're doing. I mean, this is like the humongous tragedy of something like Trump. I mean, there's multiple tragedies of Trump, but it's like that makes them seem like they're right because you've got a fucking racist. So then you can congratulate yourself endlessly on calling this out without any more examination. But the principle of the whole thing is, I think, is a kind of laziness of analysis, a cheap, easy, one-step analysis that apparently sells.
Pascal?
What's really tragic to me about this is that for a very small window of time, there was a politics that was working against these purveyors of this crude identity politics that tried to work along class lines when Sanders was kind of new and fresh. And they were very effective in leveraging their narrative to crush that kind of brief moment of class politics. And what's saddening to me is that there was never an attempt to really realign the terms of engagement to put those people who were using those kind of arguments on their back. And when it came to them really trying to put a death knell in that Sanders politics, they did so pretty effectively. Or it collapsed on its own terms. So the question I have is that, is that moment really gone for good? Or are there capacities for moments like this when we see intellectual attempts to take someone like Fanon, who is an important thinker, even in the contextual sense, and call out the kind of work that's being done in this biography?
Yeah. I mean, I guess the way I would think about it, and maybe thinking about it in Fanon's terms, so in those political writings, right, he says about seeking out tactical alliances with colonial powers with opposed interests, right? So you can kind of, there's an account of compromise. So Sanders, there's a certain amount of compromise you got to do to play the game, right? And Fanon, and I think any great political thinker is aware that this is what you got to do to get it done. So, Lenin writes about this, of course, in left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, right? Left-wing communism, that's the purity, the purity hawks. It has to be like absolutely pure. And Lenin's like, well, who the fuck cares? You can make tactical compromises, but then Fanon finishes the sentence, it says, these alliances cannot dent our doctrinal positions, right? So that's the Sanders question, right? Is if you make alliances, you play the game, you know, give some space to these other, you know, issues, as long as it doesn't dent the doctrinal position. And you know, I thought Sanders is good in that terms. But you know, it's just him. Ultimately, there was, you know, it needs more background. It needs more context for it to work. But you know, I don't think being a hard line about like, so like whatever, bringing people into the you know, into the table and all that stuff is the right thing to do, as long as you don't dent your doctrinal position. And I think Fanon was good in that way. So he can like, you know, if there's all kinds of tribal, you know, commitments and religious commitments and whatever, anarchist and Marxist and all these people, he knew that there was no way this thing was going to happen if you didn't let people get, you know, some voice in this thing. Mm-hmm. Just as long as you don't dent the doctrinal position, which has to do with class. And I think Fanon is good with that, and that's again what you know makes him Marxist and what's been edited out. So for us, you know, thinking politically, it's just about not losing your, you know, losing your head with this stuff, knowing that when you do, you know, accede to all these interest groups, these particularisms, that the particularism doesn't become the whole. You know, and that's like, you know, the ruse and bullshit of intersectionality is, that's the rule of particularism, right? That's completely eviscerating the doctrinal position. So, you know, it's, and I'll say on a more positive note, I actually think that a doctrinal position, like a class one, is totally appealing. I mean, you know, I spent some time in Oklahoma not too long ago, and it's like, if you talk to people about healthcare, like universal healthcare, they're for it, right? They probably have to package it again in some kind of insane package that makes it sound like it's right wing or, you know, whatever, nothing to do with anything socialist or communist or whatever. But you know, people want, yeah. If at the end of the day they get free healthcare, they're on board. So how do we do that? You know, and I think healthcare is like a wedge issue. I think healthcare is exactly the kind of thing that is appealing on a fundamental level for lots of people across the spectrum. And then that's the kind of, you know, the doctrine's there, right? Mm-hmm. So if you start doing that, then you start making inroads about education, housing. But I think healthcare, for instance, is the linchpin to a practical politics, right? A pragmatic realism, as Fanon calls it. That's how you can kind of get the foot in the door.
I want to ask you, do you think that the ultimate problem with people who try to use Fanon's thinking as a one-size-fits-all for the oppressed is that it denies nuance to subjects of oppression that normally given? For example, the whole notion that, you know, everyone is a colonized subject and so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, that it denies the subject matter. I mean, for example, we talked about on this show about, like, you know, can you use, you know, colonized metaphors for the state of Israel in terms of, you know, settler colonialism and things of that nature? Some people would say yes, some people would say no. And, you know, why are people so wedded to these narratives in the first place? As if that weakens the ability to find an alternative way to describe the situation, that you have to use these specific terminologies in the first place as well. I'd like you to know if you can speak to that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I think Fanon thought about that a lot, but it's maybe still a misstep. So, like, you know, the Sartre, anti-Semite and Jew, and Fanon, you know, with black skin, white mask, and Wretched of the Earth, they all start with the premise that they're at war, right? So Sartre says the Jew of today is in full war. and that for Fanon, it's like you have to be in this war situation. So if that's the terms, then you've got this Manichaeism, as he calls it, this good and evil, colonizer, colonized, and they're in war, and that's, you know, again, a kind of Marxist point. You get total clarity of the situation. They're the fucking enemy, right? There's no, you don't need any intellectuals to parse it for you. So for Fanon, it's the clarity of the situation that's really fundamental, and that he thinks is what can, you know, motivate people. Is you get a total clarity about how brutal they are and what they are, and all the various manifestations of colonization. But I don't think he meant that it could be used as a kind of catch-all. So I think he is sensitive to different situations, and above all, he really wanted to get beyond that. You know, so and this is his huge failure. The huge failure of Wretch of the Earth, in my view, is it's predicated on a complete clarity and transparency on the side of the colonized. So the colonized can read the colonizer with total legibility. They understand every single thing that they're doing all the time. So that Fanon believed that once this revolution is over, then we can come out of it and things will be great and healthy and wonderful. I mean, so the first chapter is all about the clarity of this difference between the colonizer and the colonized. But then chapters 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, it's about this PMC, what we call PMC, coming in to really mess with their heads. So they've got this clarity. It's a peasant. It's not the proletariat, it's the peasant in North Africa. They've got clarity about their situation. And then the intellectual, this opportunist, this low-grade bourgeoisie comes in to kind of like, obscure the situation for them. And that, I think, is, if you can almost follow the writing of the book, it's like he's got this view of clarity, and it's like, oh my God, as I'm living it, right? He's writing this in 61. He dies in December of 61, but he's writing it, he meets Sartre for the first time in April of 61 in Rome. He's got like chapters with him, and he's talking to him, and he's rewriting. You can almost feel him saying, this situation's far more complicated and might not work out the way I thought it would. So that's why you kind of have to take it as a practical, almost living document. So in that sense, to your question, no, I don't think he thought that you can kind of transport this to other situations easily. But I would say, on the other hand, that, I think the Hamas-Israel thing, I think that's, there's good reason that people are using Fanon for that. I was just, as I was rereading, Wretched for this conversation, there's this passage, and I was like, I was kind of like, oh my God. And he says, right, he's talking about the peasants being once and for all demystified, right, by this process of terror and counter-terror. They see for themselves that any number of speeches on human equality cannot mask the absurdity whereby 7 Frenchmen killed or wounded in an ambush at the Semkodi Pass, that's in May of 56, sparks the indignation of civilized consciousness, whereas the sacking of the Gugor Douars and the Jeshra and the massacre of the population behind the ambush count for nothing, right? So there's an ambush. You got 7 French are dead during the colonial, decolonizing war, and that the world's up in arms. This is impossible. We're in Philippeville, where there's more of a massacre. This is outrageous. But then they slaughter the Africans, and no one gives a shit. So there's a rough similarity here that I get, and I wouldn't want to take Fanon away from them on that score. Again, it's a kind of rhetorical force that that is there, and he's a brilliant, writer. But you kind of have to get this, then come back to the sobering part of his argument, hopefully, about what the sobering part of that argument would be to say, it's like, well, yeah, this is the situation, but of course, Hamas is not a secularizing force, and Fanon's committed to a kind of secular, so all I'm saying about that is it's not totally applicable, or maybe it's actually too close to the North African situation in a certain sense, that it doesn't fulfill for Fanon his requirements of basically a kind of Enlightenment commitment to a secular world, a Marxist secular world. But there's a rough similarity that seems impossible to ignore.
What say you, Pascal?
I mean, I think that he definitely sees the importance of his model being used as a template. I don't think Fanon would deny the differentiations that exist in those localities, but I think that Fanon. I mean, we cannot deny the fact that he was a Francophile dealing in the Muslim world. He was not alien to dealing with the Arab speaking Muslim world, and I can see himself finding sympathy with the Palestinians and wanting them to apply his theories to their plight.
No doubt.
No doubt, without any question whatsoever.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, he does. There's a break with Sartre on this very question. I mean, it's kind of complicated. I mean, Sartre was in the 70 War. There's a break there. So Josie Fanon, his wife, asked to have the preface written by Sartre to Russia of the Earth taken out of the post 67 edition after the 70s War, because she thought that Sartre was too forgiving of the Israelis. I mean, that's actually a kind of complicated and interesting question. I mean, I think Sartre is a pretty nuanced thinker himself, but I can see what she's saying as well. But there's no question that Fanon what side he'd be on. None.
Do you think Sartre is too forgiving to Israelis? Do you think he's pro-Zionist to a certain extent, or do you think he's more pro-state for them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's Zionist. Yeah, I don't think I'm not confident enough on that kind of later Sartre to say. I don't know enough about his position on Israel. He's a brilliant and eloquent writer about anti-Semitism, obviously. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting, of course, is that was taken up most fundamentally by Fanon, talking about anti-Black racism. Mm-hmm. And rightly so. I think Fanon. There's no Fanon without Sartre. It's just he took a massive amount from Sartre and anti-Semite and Jew. I mean, the basic principle of anti-Semite and Jew is that Sartre ends the book by quoting Richard Wright. He says, "There's no Negro problem in the United States. There's only a white problem." And that is to say, it's the colonists' problem. We didn't make this shit. It's you. You made us into this. So if you sing violence, that's on you. You taught us violence, and we're using it back. So the premise of anti-Semite and Jew is the same premise as black skin, white masks. Is that as Sartre puts it? He says the Jew is the one to whom other men consider a Jew, right? The anti-Semite makes the Jew, so the racist makes race, right? And that's a premise I think Fanon takes up fully, and I think is totally right. That this is a problem created by the racists and the exploiters. It's not on the victims. Yeah, I mean, again, Sartre is as complicated. I would just want to say Sartre is as complicated a figure as Fanon, and Sartre gets kind of a bad rap in a sense. I mean, the preface is not his best, and so many people have said, probably rightly, that Sartre's kind of responsible for the really romanticizing of the violence.
Really,
about as Pascal was saying, Sartre's relationship to North Africa is really tangential. So it's a kind of, you know, love affair from a distance, right? A kind of, you know, Orientalism almost. That's too harsh on him. Where, you know, Fanon, you know, he was there in the trenches. I mean, he was an outsider, but you know, but serious. I don't think anyone will say otherwise. That, you know, he was seriously committed to the cause, mainly through writing. You know, he was a rhetorician. I mean, if people are interested, the Adam Schatz biography is good about the kind of complexities of on the ground situation and his relationships with FLN, ALN, you know, the freedom fighters, and the changing sides and the kind of, you know, mess that it was.
Can you say more about Fanon's relationship with the white left and the white Marxists, the communists, and why many on the black left use that to question his adherence to communism or Marxism?
Yeah, yeah. So this is a I mean, this
dun,
is
dun,
a hot button.
Yeah, this is the dun question. Yeah,
this is the hot button in Fanon studies or whatever. So what all of these stories and biographies want to say about Fanon is that there's some enlightenment moment, some aha moment where he gets the fucking word on high about racism, and that's the end of the story for him. So that no matter what, no matter how much, you know, Marxism he takes in, proletariat, white, you know, stuff he takes in, he's fundamentally shaped by these moments of racial encounter. And it's just, you know, and so different authors have different moments. If you're Adam Schatz, it's a boy on a train in Lyon. So Fanon's in Lyon, and he's, you know, studying philosophy with Merleau-Ponty and all this stuff. And some kid on the train uses some racial epithet, and that's it. So he knows now that this is how things are. So that the Marxists are always, you know, they're ultimately push comes to shove, they're going to go for their white commitments, right? And there's not look, it's not being naive. It's not totally wrong. The Communist Party's relationship to the Algerian Revolution was
weak, to say the least.
Yeah. So yeah, it was, and especially at crucial moments, and that was terribly, you know, that was a horrible moment for them. There's no question that the communists let them down at crucial moments, and Fanon makes his point that look, he says Marxism needs to be stretched, disentendu. It needs to be, you know. And he says that in Wretched, and by that he means something pretty specific. It needs to be about the peasant, right? It ain't the proletariat, it ain't the urban centers, it's the interior, right? So there's lots of kind of debates about the exterior and interior in Algeria. And he, you know, said ultimately, I mean, he kind of changed his mind on this stuff, but he said it's the interior, it's the peasantry, they're the ones that hold the future in their hands and all that stuff. And there's no doubt there's a certain level of romance of it, and it's a certain amount of fuck you to and deserve it. But I don't think it would be right to say that there is a kind of like he ditches it or something like that, or he gets the word on high that it's really about race in the end. That's unsustainable as far as I can tell in what Fanon says. Even if it's like, look, you know, were unions in the 60s and 70s racist? Yeah, sure. Yeah. 50s. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. But, you know, is that what determines their essence? You know, this is what they're talking about. It's compromises as long as you don't lose the doctrine. So, you know, it's not a purity test. And making it, this is maybe the issue, right? Is that they're trying to make it into a kind of purity test. You either know that racism is the core of all things, it's the original sin, you know, from the beginning of time or whatever, or you're just on the other side, and it doesn't matter if you're a fucking capitalist or a communist, you're all on the other side. And that's just not how they thought. They thought that the Communist Party, the party, was deeply flawed. But I don't think for a second Fanon, questioned communism as the basic model for how this stuff works. And I'm willing to kind of go head to head with anyone on this question, but it involves the kind of nitty gritty of what it is he's saying, as well as the kind of more basic ways in which he's edited, even the books that people think are like the kind of purely philosophical ones, like Black Skin, White Mask, which people think is a deep, certainly not communist. Of course, the conclusion ends with a big paragraph from Marx in the 18th Brumaire. And this is like, and there's a great moment, if I can find it, it's really hilarious almost. Oh yeah, so he said, this is the conclusion to Black Skin, White Mask. He says, it is obvious, and I can't stop repeating it, that the motivations for disalienating a physician from Guadeloupe are essentially different from those for the African construction worker in the port of Abidjan, right, in Ivory Coast, right? And he says this over and over. It's like, that's the PMC point, right? The doctor ain't on the same fucking team as the worker, right? And if you think they're on the same team, you're deluded. And that's the class argument. So the worker, and he can't stop repeating it, the physician and the worker are not on the same team. And that's not a race question, right? That's a question, that's a class position. And that's, coming out of his account of the 18th Brumaire. And he opens the book by saying, first, this is a sentence in the first pages of the book. He says, he calls the true disalienation of the Black man, one must have a brutal awareness of the social and economic realities that underlie the category of race. He says it's a double process. First economic, then internalization of inferiority. He says this over and over again, right? First economic, that race functions as a way to divide the masses against one another and exploit them, right? So it's the first is the economic, then the inferiority. You feel inferior, therefore you're going to accept your exploitation. That's the logic of colonialism and of capitalism. And colonialism is a variant within capitalism. It's, capitalism requires colonialism. Colonialism requires racism.
Pascal, you look like you want to say something.
No, I think that one of the things that's, to me, that has always been very interesting about Fanon and his willingness to demonstrate how much he is interested in using class as a barometer and hierarchy of the mechanisms in which material oppression exists is his unwillingness to support cultural nationalism. Like when he talks about Richard Wright, he talks about he also talks about nigritude and all of these movements. He's like, come on, this is bullshit. He's like, this stuff is soft as hell. I mean, it's like, poems? What is with your poems?
Where's your poems? Where's your caprice?
I love it. You're totally right. Another fact that's repressed. It's another fact that's just fucking edited out. It's exactly right. I mean, the cultural nationalism, he has absolutely no time for it, right? He thinks that's part of this kind of, managerial class, which is a phrase he uses, their attitude, right? They're going to come in with their cultural objects. I mean, I'm an art historian, so I should probably shut up, but, he thinks that's just total nonsense. So he likes Wright, in Black Skin, White Mask. He's kind of a fan, so is Sartre. But then, certainly by the 50s, he goes hard against them, against negritude. I mean, he's indebted to his teacher, César. But yeah, he thinks that the cultural nationalism is a total dead end. It's this whole kind of, many-headed beast of this kind of managerial class intellectuals that has to, you have to attack on multiple fronts, which maybe brings us back to what we started with, right? It's like the many-headed beast of this kind of cultural politics.
We saw how it played out in the United States in the late 60s, early 70s with, the Black Arts Movement and all of these other manifestations that come out of Black Power that is really to stop dealing with any kind of real politics, and this ends up becoming just kind of this, the expression of racial authenticity for the sake of authenticity, racial vindicationism. Dead end street, man.
Quoting Fanon.
Yep.
Well, his name is Todd Cronin. Todd, where can people find you or your works?
I guess at nonsite.org, the journal.
And that's it? There's nothing you're plugging?
No. I'm
You got you on
writing Fanon, for a magazine, and that'll come out in a few months maybe.
But you wrote a book.
Yeah, I've written a few books. I wrote a book on Matisse. I wrote a book on called Red Aesthetics, which is on Brecht and Eisenstein, and then a book on architecture in California. But yeah, so
Are you a native Californian?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
LA.
Of course you are.
Is that bad or good? Oh man.
I am from the Bay Area, Todd.
Got it.
And I live here in Mexico, and I've had an ass full of Dodger hats.
Got it.
I'm a
Not
Giants
Dodgers
fan.
I'm a Clippers fan.
You're not a Dodgers fan?
No.
Are you an Angels fan?
No, I'm not a baseball guy. I'm
You're
NBA,
a Laker fan.
NBA purist.
Are you a Laker fan?
I'm more of a Clippers fan.
No one's a Clippers fan.
Oh no! See, I'm a Sixers.
It's you and Billy Crystal.
So I'm a Sixers fan because that's what Sixers is my team.
Okay.
But Clippers are like it's kind of like a sub Sixers team now.
You grew up with Dr. J.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I'm 46, so most people my age, even if you're from the Bay Area, you're probably a Lakers fan.
Yeah, I was in the 80s, and it was everywhere. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was into the Lakers in the 80s for sure.
Yeah, I thought where the Warriors played when I was a kid is just where the Ice Capades were. I didn't know that was where our basketball team played. We didn't know the Warriors were there.
Yeah, we saw the Warriors smoke the Sixers a few weeks ago. It was not fun.
Good. Hope Curry went off.
No, he only had 9 points actually.
That's what you get for being from LA.
Fair enough. Nothing.
Very much enjoyed this conversation, man. We'd love to have you on again.
Anytime, guys. Anytime.
Pascal, you ready to go to the champagne room?
I'm ready for some champagne.
Todd, are you going to be joining us in the champagne room?
Sure.
All right. It's going to be a good time. I believe I sent you the link, didn't
I? I don't know, actually.
I will email you shortly.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We will be going into the champagne room. Maybe I'll open up the phones. I'm sure people will have some things to say about the show tonight. That'll be fun.
Cool.
If you want to join us in the champagne room, there's one way. It's very easy. Patreon.com/Bitter Lake Presents. If you're listening on Apple Podcasts, just sign up on Apple and you have access to the champagne room as well. And on that note, we are
out.
Good evening to most, and good morning to those that will listen to this broadcast later. I am your host, Jason Miles, here for another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. Before we get started, I want to thank all our returning listeners and subscribers, and a big, massive shout out to all the TIR patrons. You are the renewable fuel in the TIR engine that allows this show to carry on. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. It's a passive gesture that goes a very long way. The holidays are approaching, and what better way to tell someone you love them than with a TIR Patreon membership? That's right. You can now gift a Patreon membership to a loved one or to your racist family member that says the N-word with the hardest of ours. Either way you go, somebody wins. Everybody wins. And bam, QR code is on the screen. It should be right there. You should see it. Scan that, and you can gift a membership to this wonderful show to a loved one. Also, don't forget the TIR merch store is open, and you can confuse all the libs and Trump supporters in the family with an Anglo-pessimism shirt. Anglo-pessimism. It's not just for white people. Hey-o! Bam! So if you look down and scan right there, get your Anglo-pessimism shirt. Your dad's like, what is this? It's like, just wear it. Shut up. They don't need to know. And it's great. Again, everybody wins. Now that we have that out of the way, let's get on with the show. One of us is the killer. And we're also going to talk about Ben's most recent article in Damage Magazine, Why Trump Isn't a Fascist. Have you guys read that? I don't think I linked that because that came out after he had agreed to come on the show. But anyway, some weeks ago, we dropped the 4th issue of the Crisis Papers on TIR, a collection of essays addressing diverse topics available for free to all patrons. I'll stop. In this latest issue, we examine the futility of online outrage, particularly directed at what I've termed political opinionists. The inspiration for this paper came from a clip I posted of a rant on the phenomena of media, quote, heel turns, the overuse of the term grift, and the impotence of the online mob. The modern practice of standing a celebrity or media figure has always unsettled me. While the term has declined in popularity, I don't believe this signals a decrease in fandom. Rather, fandom has adapted, reflecting a broader trend of managed allegiance in our digital age. In the article, we explore how the relationship between fandom and celebrity, particularly in leftist digital spaces, often substitutes symbolic gestures for substantive political action. Alan Moore, author of Watchmen, recently critiqued this shift, describing fandom as a, quote, toxic force, transforming admiration into fundamentalism and vendettas. Moore warns that this echo chamber, driven by strict orthodoxy, fosters ideological purges that may mistake for genuine activism a digital gulag maintained by what could be called a cyber Stalinist regime. A quote here in the article. This strained relationship between fandom and celebrity, especially within left-leaning digital spaces, exemplifies the illusion of political participation in the absence of real structural change. As Alan Moore, the author of Watchmen, recently argued, fandom has toxified the world, unquote. In an interview with The Guardian, Moore explains how fandom now manifests as a mechanism for obsessive control, often spilling over into vendettas against the creators they once admired. Quote, we've reached a point where fandom has begun to resemble religious fundamentalism, unquote. Moore suggests where adherence to a narrow orthodoxy defines the worth of creators and personalities alike. This environment creates an echo chamber where any slight deviation from a perceived leftist consensus is seen as ideological treason worthy of condemnation and social media shaming, a ritual that many mistake for genuine political activism. The virtual gulag is the destination that the cyber-Stalinist regime is campaigning for. That is a clip from the article. But wherever you're watching or listening to the show, there's a link in the description to all of the crisis papers. Beyond the article, which our guest helped edit, we'll discuss his most recent piece in Damage Magazine titled, "Is Trump Hitler or just Woodrow Wilson?" In the article, our guest Ben Burgess lays out a coherent argument on why the fascist argument around Donald Trump obscures his actual goals with administration, and how the fascism framework in liberal circles is designed to engage true leftists away from the fight for redistribution of wealth, building a strong workers' movement, into the war against Trump, whatever that may be. Burgess writes, "First, hysteria serves no one, and it certainly doesn't serve a long-term project like patiently rebuilding the workers' movement and constituting the kind of left that could actually contest for power in as deeply anti-socialist a country as the United States. Second, the implicit logic of fascism analogies in intra-left discourse is nearly always to encourage leftists to put aside our battles with the neoliberal center over economic questions in favor of a procedural defense of democracy against what's postulated as an urgent common threat. This amounts to telling socialists to endorse pretty much the same, quote, build the broadest possible front around the most minimal possible basis of agreement strategy that Democrats and never Trump Republicans have been doggedly pursuing since Trump first came down the escalator in 2015. The abject failure of the Harris campaign to lean in to an economically populist message is precisely what led to an unprecedented level of working class support for the fascist Trump." I don't necessarily agree 100% with that. I don't. You know why? Because I know he didn't watch all the ads. I know he didn't. I know he didn't watch every debate. And if he says he did, he's lying. I will go over there and tell him that his pants are on fire. Endlessly relitigating January 6th and constantly reminding voters of how sensible people across the political spectrum vote supporting Harris. Everyone, as she and her surrogates often said, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney, simply didn't move ordinary Americans. So join us today as we engage in what I think will be an interesting conversation. Please welcome my friend, editor, neighbor, apparently Kamala Harris hater, Ben Burgess.
Well, 2 points about that. One, I hate myself way more than you think I do because I actually did watch every debate.
Oh.
So
It only had one, so
yeah. Well, there was one each with Biden, Trump, Harris, Trump, and
we're talking about Harris here. Don't bring up Biden. Don't gish Gallup.
And Vance Vance Waltz. Man, it took
Oof.
me a second to remember Tim Waltz. That tells you something. But yeah, I did watch all three of those. I think it is true that like some of the ads, like this is like a kind of standard point, like some of the ads did get more into economic stuff. But I'll tell you what, if you watched the debate, singular, and Harris's speeches, right? You know, like every now and again when she came out of the basement and gave a speech, then like, look, the only real economic content there is like, what did she say? Like she was, there would be every like, maybe in like a half hour speech, there would be like a sentence about how we're gonna like do something or other to make the ACA better on healthcare. Otherwise, it was like, oh, we're gonna like give some assistance to first-time homeowners, which is nice.
She actually talked a lot. She had a whole ad campaign about the high cost of groceries and inflation and price gouging. And I haven't seen anyone in the left space bring that up because it's always about like, well, she didn't say the thing that Bernie Sanders said, ergo she didn't say anything. And this isn't a defense of her. This is more of, it's not a defense. I mean, to keep saying that. It's more of an observation that there were things said whether or not people want to acknowledge the things that were said, that's you have to me, if you want to say, well, she ignored these economic populist strategies in favor of talking about a tax cut. She did talk about that, but she also did talk about, and again, had an entire ad campaign centered around it, price gouging in groceries.
Although the best ad that they came up with on price gouging, they actually never ran, or almost never ran. Like that was the one that tested, right? They pretty much shelved, for the whole campaign. And it is really striking that, like, if you watch, again, I understand some of the ads, like, depending on which state you're talking about, some of the ads were better. That's true, right? But, like, if you're talking about the main campaign message,
I saw more, honestly, dude, I saw more Trump ads than I saw Kamala Harris ads.
Yeah, fair enough.
Way more Trump ads than I saw her want to pay for trans surgeries for prisoners.
Yeah.
I saw her want to, chop off more, apparently, foreign cocks in prison. Then I saw her say anything else, which I found, I wouldn't say shocking, but that to me was where I was like, oh yeah. If she can't constantly debate this man, this shit is over.
Yeah. I mean, and it doesn't help that that ad is a dramatic example, but there's like a lot of stuff that she said in the past that Trump would throw in her face. And since she just wasn't talking about those issues this time, right? So she didn't even really have a good response to it. It couldn't be like, oh, he's dredging up this stuff, but here's what I think instead of that, right? It's just like, she just shut up about that stuff. So it was a very easy narrative to be like, well, look, this is what she thinks, right? This is what she said a few years ago. But yeah, look, I think that if you look at the main campaign message, like what she said in speeches, what she said at the debates, I think that yeah, I mean, it's not that she never said anything about economics, but like even like the price gouging thing, like that, she brought it up. It was great. And then outside of some ads, it disappeared, right? Like she just stopped talking about it.
You can't compete with wanting to have all those surgeries.
You really want me to talk about it off the foreign cock? It's not going to happen.
No Medicare for all, but just in case you'd like to transition and you've committed a felony, well, do I have a plan for you, non-voter? And this is part of the communist agenda. That's what I got. But
it also really doesn't help that it was just so obvious that she doesn't actually like think anything like she doesn't have any opinions. Like she's like, that's what, like, cause it's like, look, you can listen to the ad you're talking about, and think like, oh my God, she's really like gung ho to, to pay for all 6 transition surgeries for, undocumented immigrants in detention who are, just the right point in their personal journeys, when they end up in that detention center, Spencer. And or you could listen to that and think, oh yeah, she was willing to say like whatever she thought people wanted to hear in 2019.
I mean, that's politicians 101, right? They're going to say whatever people want to hear.
Say whatever people want to hear now. And it's like, look, I mean, I think like, yeah, sure, you can say about a lot of politicians to one extent or another, right? But I think that like there are a lot of politicians where people think like, oh, I know what they care about, right? I know what, I know what issues move them. And it's like, Kamala Harris, look, I mean, you called me a Kamala hater earlier. I'm sure if she like showed up at, my family's Thanksgiving gathering or whatever, we'd have a perfectly pleasant evening. I don't hate her.
It would take a while. I think what Kushlik says here, there's a lot of merit to this. She came off distant and cold, didn't do enough everyday reach out. I'm just some loser, but seeming superior and distant doesn't work for her. I think you're right. I think it would take a while for everyone to warm up to her because there's something almost, I don't want to say fake, but fake about her joy, if you will. Yeah. Like maybe she doesn't like regular people so much because she's kind of a bit of, how do you say elite? She's not elite in the sense of like Trump is an elite, but but she's definitely PMC, I guess.
Yeah, totally. I mean, look, this is like the funniest thing about the last couple of cycles, that like all of the Dems who most seem like they were grown in laboratories, Kamala, Pete Buttigieg, were like raised by Marxist academics.
Yeah, she doesn't feel to me as much as,
or whatever. I know her dad didn't really raise her, but
but no, but still, she never seemed as laboratory raised as Buttigieg, because him and what's the other guy, Beto O'Rourke, are such carbon copies of Obama that was the model to follow. And I don't know if she had a model to follow, because I don't think she followed the Hillary Clinton model. I think she tried to do something a little different. They tried to use her personality. I'm using finger quotation, personality. And her personality would have worked in spades had her and Trump got to do debates all over the country. But he was not going to have himself embarrassed by that woman after that first one, which, he did begrudgingly.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's, I think she did well in the debate. I mean, I'm sure she was a good prosecutor, but I also don't think that probably, moved the needle much. I mean, like, it was like, yeah, she had a good night, rhetorically. But
you can't do it once. It's like touring. You can't do it once. You got to keep doing it over and over again.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I think there are like a lot of politicians where it's like even like Trump, right? I mean, it's like he obviously is somebody who, he's lied and, flip-flopped on all kinds of things, but I think people think they know what he cares about, right? Like some of it's awful, right? Wants to come down like the hammer of God, on like immigrants, who are just trying to live their lives, but like, at least they know what it is. And I think that, Kamala is one of these people, even if she seems less lab grown than, Pete or Beto. I mean, although I guess I do think that in a lot of ways what she was going for felt very Hillary-esque to me, but like, it's not, she still just seems like a pretty empty vessel. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I can't disagree with that. She does. She just seems she seems like everybody's fucking district manager.
Yeah.
Right. She's the person you have to report to that, gives you the compliment sandwich.
Yeah, right. Totally. Right. It's like, whatever, it's fine. I mean, it's like, should be like not particularly unpleasant in that role. I mean, it's like, it still makes me laugh like once a month, that thing you texted me about how what did you say? She was like your mom's older black friend who quit smoking in the 80s, and and every year since you were 13, she gave you like a shave, like aftershave, for
yeah. You don't really have anything bad really to say about her. You're like,
sure,
I finally can use this aftershave 8 years later. Yeah. I totally did send you that message. Well, let's talk a little bit about before we talk. We're done talking about Rod. Let's talk about some other people.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So you want to move on to the really important subjects, like we're gonna have to spend at least an hour on this. Like, is Sam Cedar a good guy or a bad guy?
Exactly. Is Sam Cedar the killer? Is it Sam Cedar in the basement with a lead pipe and a turkey leg?
Yeah. That is the most important political question. I don't care what you think about Medicare for all, unions, Palestine. I care whether you think that, that Sam is the good podcaster or the bad podcaster.
Yes. Is he saving us from another podcaster that might be worse? Yeah. How does the transformation of celebrity fandom into a quasi-political act illustrate the illusion of political engagement in the neoliberal context? Is it critique or is it just TMZ?
I've seen a lot of TMZ, I gotta say. pretty openly, in some cases, people just doing TMZ, like, they're, be like, oh my God, did you see that some podcaster that 0.001% of Americans have heard of? Did you see what they said about some other podcaster that 0.001% of Americans have heard of? It's like the nerdiest form of TMZ, right?
You can't get a sex scandal out of them.
No.
I before we started, I watched a video about Puffy's son. I guess he got served papers for assaulting someone on their yacht. So we can't get good scandals. The closest we got was, who's the Chapo guy that like sent some messages?
Virgil Texas,
Yeah.
he was also Breonna Joygray's co-host. But it's like even that, right? It's a sex scandal without any sex in it. It's just texting. It's pretty lame.
There's never anything scandalous. It does all seem to me. It seems like nothing but TMZ. And when I look at when I'm doing the video clips, uploading them to YouTube, and you have to log in. And so I log in. The account that the This Is Revolution account is not an account that I watch shows on.
Sure.
So I always see different things than what I usually watch. And when all the podcast shit comes up, I'm like, this is all just who said what about who.
Yeah. I mean, it's very, very much about that. And it's, look, in some ways, I guess I'm, as a professional haver of opinions,
an opinionist, dude.
I guess I'm flattered by the idea that which opinion havers have is the most important question in the universe. But I've got to say it's like an awkward fit with historical materialism. What do we what's our theory of change here? Right. Assuming that the goal, if you, call yourself a leftist and, you don't just mean a liberal, right. Then okay, I'm assuming that on some level, right, the goal is to bring about a more materially equal society. But if that's the case, then presumably the strategy is about organizing people from the bottom up, appealing to shared material interests, and it's really hard for me to see how this kind of micro dissection of the opinion is supposed to tie into that, right? And I'm not talking about actually dissecting ideas. I actually think, sure, right? Look, it's it'd be pretty hypocritical if I thought that was a waste of time, right? But the person, right? Because that's what so much of this stuff really seems to be about, right? It's not oh, here's why I disagree with I don't know, right? Give me an opinionist.
Jimmy Cedar.
Jimmy Cedar. Yeah. They got it. Jimmy Dore and Sam Cedar got into the machine from The Fly, and
Jimmy Cedar Gray. There you go. That's all of them in one.
Yeah. Look, if you think Jimmy Cedar Gray has a really bad take on some political issue, she is just totally out to lunch on it, and it's that's and that they're just wrong, right? That's look, yeah, sure, dissect the point, right? But it's I don't really understand what we're getting out of is Jimmy Cedar Gray a good guy or a bad guy, right? Man, I need to pick a gender pronoun for this person. I keep going back and forth. Yeah.
It's they, them. By the way, Jimmy Cedar Gray is the they, them. So take that.
Okay. Fair enough.
Let's complicate. I want to complicate this so much that eventually we get canceled by making fun of a make-believe Hydra.
Yeah.
Of fucking people that I don't want to talk to right now.
Apologies for misgendering Jimmy Cedar Gray. Yeah, they have a JSG.
And he works on a show called The Breaking Vanguard Points.
Yeah, because it's like, look, I don't know why I'm supposed to care about that, right? Like in other words, like, you know, if Jimmy Cedar Gray has a bad idea, and we say, oh, Jimmy Cedar Gray said this, and here are my 5 objections to it. Okay, fair enough, right? You know, it's like, we'll have it out, and presumably the point is that we're all trying to figure out what we should think about the topic, like the underlying topic under discussion, right? You know, that it's like, you know, Jimmy Cedar Gray, you know, wants to I don't even know. I think like, but it's like, look, we think that the JSG, you know, take is bad. And again, we presumably care about that because we're trying to figure out, like, I assume, right, the goal at some point is to build some kind of movement that could do things in the real world. And we're trying to figure out, like, what that movement's position on this issue should be. But, like, if it's like, oh, is Breaking Bad is JSG, like, you know, is they are they like, oh, are they saying something different from what they said 5 years ago? Is JSG, you know, moving to the right? You know, that it's like, I don't understand what that's supposed to have to do with politics, right? Like, you know, like that's not, you know, I mean, unless it's just like, oh, well, that's one fewer vote we can count on, you know, when they complete their transition to the right.
I love the transition to the right. It's my favorite thing is the idea that you can jettison something that you've built for, in a person like Sam Cedar's case, for decades,
Yeah.
right? Not just in the online sphere, but being one of the few voices on the only left-leaning or liberal radio station at one point in time. And I know that might seem like ancient history to a lot of people, but you know, him, Chuck D, Rachel Maddow was Chuck D's producer, right? Who else was on the show? Mark Maron.
Well, Janine Garofalo was the original.
Janine Garofalo was she was the bigger name on that show.
Yeah, exactly. Like Sam, I think, was like Janine.
He was like Emma Vigeland.
Yes, Sam was the Emma Vigeland when Janine Garofalo was like the main host of the Air America radio version of the Majority Report, which is some like deep podcasting lore that I'm probably going to like is just pointlessly taking up space up here. That's like, you know, it's like all kinds of things that'd be much more useful to know, you know, are being dislodged by that. But there we go. Kamala's going to pay for illegal aliens to translate.
These comments, because we're streaming on both channels, they're flying in and they're all pretty fucking funny. And poor Spencer is trying to have a serious conversation, and all these people are around him just saying crazy shit.
Yeah.
So, hold on, Spencer. We're going to get to some serious shit in a second. Just
yeah.
To what extent does cancel culture serve as a substitute for meaningful political action? How does it reinforce neoliberal norms? How has social media allowed us to create a bit of a prison of thought? If there is a left consensus on any issue, is it deemed a heel turn or a grift if you go against that position? How do we get beyond the grift discourse? Preach, Ben Burgess.
Fair enough. Well, if I'm going to preach, I insist that like once every 3 sentences or so, you say, "Yep, that's right." Good deacon, right? That's the person who does that, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think like the grifting part of that is interesting because it seems to me, I mean, this is kind of like, I don't know. You remember a few years ago, I wrote this book about Christopher Hitchens, and one of the reasons that I was doing that, one of the reasons I thought it'd be like interesting to like think and write about this guy is that, you know, somebody who did have, in certain respects, you know, it's complicated, but, you know, a right-wing turn. But I always wanted to like try to think a little bit more about why, right? Like in
Mhm.
other words, all these explanations I've seen people give for like what happened there, right? Is like, oh, he like, basically he took the bag, right? It's like, oh, it's he just liked the limelight or whatever. It's like, okay, maybe, but like what you're just ruling out a priori is that somebody could just sincerely come to conclusions we don't like, right? Like
Yeah.
you're sort of assuming that everybody in the universe deep down knows that we're right about everything. And especially if they used to agree with us and now they disagree with us, then that must mean that somebody paid them to like lie, right?
Mhm.
That it can't actually be that they just like earnestly came to conclusions that we don't like. And I always really hated that because it's like, well, I think that's a horrible, like if you care about persuasion, I think that's a horrible way to look at things because, I think if you want to persuade people to agree with you, I think that you have to be willing to get inside their heads a little bit and like kind of try to figure out why somebody might disagree with us, right? And if it's like,
Yeah.
well, you just must be a shill, right? Like, or
Which to me always felt weird because when you have a like the conversation we started the show with, right?
yeah,
Where I say, well, I don't agree with that. It
yeah.
doesn't mean that I love Kamala Harris,
No,
but
that's
there's this oversimplification of thought because we are in a moment of everything has to be debunked,
right. Yeah.
right? Here's the real story of everything. And which I'm gonna let's get into that for the next question because I think this will kind of
What I got out of it was that you love Kamala Harris and you hate me.
damn, someone's gonna say that. Yeah, that guy really likes Kamala Harris. Like, nah, not really. Why'd you think that? It's kind of an observation. No, can't have like you can't have an observation unless your observation is like just fucking kill everybody. All right, well that's silly, and you're not gonna do it. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
No, and it is also just one last point about this, right? Like I always think Matt Chrisman, the first time I ever interviewed him, which was actually pre GTAA, that was when I was co-hosting the Dead Pundit Society with Adam Proctor,
Oh wow.
and that was it was actually really weird. He Matt was on Chapo and he told some story. Like he had some story about a comedian and he like slightly misremembered the guy's name. I don't even remember the actual person, but it was like Ben something is the real name of the comedian, but he kept calling him Ben Burgess. And like, so he, over the course of the story, he referred to this guy as Ben Burgess like 20 times. And so I, like added him on Twitter. I was like, hey, I think we're different people.
You know the comedian? You don't even know the comedian.
I literally don't even remember. It was like was it the guy who did like the Taxi Cab Confessions or anyway?
I don't even know who the fuck that guy was.
Anyway, I don't remember.
Johnny John, yeah.
But anyway, that ended up leading to this conversation where he came on the show, and we had, I actually still love that. Was like one of my all-time favorite podcast interviews, but that I've done, right? But in there, he had this great line about how like we spend all this time like the online left, right? Which is a depressing but accurate combination of words, right? That's what it is. Spends all this time like coming to consensus about things. Not Ben Glebe. That him I know. But spends all this time maybe coming to consensus about things and deciding like what our position is, and then trying to enforce that position by like drawing this like political hygiene line outside of it and being like, you only count, right? You're only in the club. You're only on the left if you agree with us about this. And it's like, look, within those spaces that could actually be pretty effective, right? It's like, lots of people will, like buckle under with there. But then you try to go out into the world and like, that doesn't work anymore. Cause like any normal person is like, well, I wasn't around when you guys all decided that this was the correct position, right? Like, why do I care if I'm in your club or not, right? So,
what's interesting when we talk about like grifting? I never hear people bring up politicians' names that totally like Kamala Harris is a perfect example.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Someone that what do you people want Medicare for all? Yeah, I'm all for it. Oh, I'm a serious contender now for the title. Not necessarily for it. Like I said before, I was for it in a different way.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, politicians, I think you can obviously, make a much better case, right? Because like they're way more likely to just like, yeah, they're way more likely to just say that they believe shit because it's convenient at the time than some nerd who has a podcast. I mean, like that person actually probably really does believe whatever they're saying.
And here's a good example, like Tulsi Gabbard. I think you and I were talking about this the other day when we were hanging out, where someone like Tulsi Gabbard never really was that far in a direction, and where she is now to me makes a lot of sense. She could be Bernie friendly. Oh, this isn't going to work out. I can hitch my wagon to something else because I'm not too far. And that's what I think people don't understand. Is a figure like that really sits in the middle more than I think people think, because the Joe Rogans of the world start doing backflips over the fact she says she doesn't like a war. Right?
Yeah, totally. Which is funny because I'm old enough to remember when Barack Obama was president, and Tulsi Gabbard would sometimes go on the television to say, "I'm a Democrat, but I think it's outrageous that Obama won't use the phrase radical Islamic terrorism. We're supposed to, fight it if we don't say the magic words."
Also, I think I wrote it. I didn't mention that exact thing, but I did write the thing. I think I mentioned something about going in the Wayback Machine to when Barack Obama was still a socialist in the eyes of Fox News.
Yeah. Ben Bailey. Thank you, Kushlik. That's who it is. Ben Bailey was the guy who Crispin kept calling Mad Ben Burgess.
Ben Bailey. Don't know who that is.
No worries, you should.
Good. Thank you for not making me feel bad. Figures like Anna Kasparian have been labeled as grifters or traitors to the left. I think we have to address this because if we don't, we're going to see it in the comments. We're going to see it in the comments anyway. Most of those comments I won't read. Does she matter? In the case of the Venezuelan gang takeover, should this be an issue we're trying to parse? If so, is the reaction of TYT more of a response to the virtual gulag than it is about the coverage of the story? And how should the left attempt to view these stories in the first place? How does this dynamic hinder coalition building and substantive debate?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's it feels a little bit funny to say, does Anna Kasparian matter? I mean, it's like saying, does Jason Miles matter? In both cases, because I mean, Anna's a good friend in real life, right? So she matters to me, but I don't think that's what you're asking. Yeah, look, I think that it's. I think she matters, or you matter, or I matter, insofar as take what these people say seriously and think about it and decide whether you agree with it or not, right? I mean, that's kind of all there is to do with it, right? But again, I'm just not that interested in the sort of eternal, I care. I care about the issue, right? I don't know that I care that much about whether somebody's on the I don't know. I mean, you have a you could tell me tomorrow that you're a Republican now, and I'd be very surprised, right? I would have a lot of questions. We would get into many arguments about it, right? It wouldn't be like, oh, well, I don't know, I hate Jason now. It would just be like, oh, okay, well, that's very surprising. Here's why I disagree, right? And I will also say, I don't, as far as Anna goes, I mean, the things that I care the most about, I actually think what she says about is still very, much what I like, right? About labor unions, about Palestine, et cetera. You know, on the Venezuela story, like I think you've spent more time looking into this than I have. In fact, I know you have because like you sent me like a video the other day that I did not watch because it was like 45 minutes, and there's only so many hours in a day, and so I
I'm too busy watching the RNC again.
okay, but I was paid to watch the RNC. I wrote an article, right? So you know, I mean, if I'm fielding offers now for how much I'm going to get paid to watch this video, now I'm willing to consider it. You know,
I'll give you one of these cold beers in the refrigerator.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. You know,
they're not the good ones; they're the cheap ones. But
all right, I'll watch the first 5 minutes of the.
That's all you need.
Yeah, but no, look. In all seriousness, I think that the Venezuela gang story, right? This Colorado. You know, I'm not going to pretend I know all the details of this. I do not, right? But I think that the general thing is there were these stories about this gang that had taken over some apartment complexes. And then initially, a lot of people were like, oh, there's nothing to this. This is just right-wing hysteria. And then it even seemed like some of the same people who've been saying that before were backing off from a little bit. It's like, okay, there's something to this, but it's overstated. And I don't know, like you can get into these like weird arguments about what counts as taking over, right? Like,
I think we first have to admit there's no such thing as a gang takeover of anything. The wording of that was fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
from jump, right? The whole thing. When I hear gang takeover of an apartment complex, I'm getting my popcorn ready to watch New Jack City.
Well,
and
yeah,
you've never seen New Jack City, have you?
I have not.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
Don't do that again. But
I mean, I like that. I watched some things are just audio. I listened to your appearance on the What's Left podcast, and
Jesus, what did I say there?
And so when you talk about getting popcorn and crime, that's what I think of, right? That you said in that podcast that when there were police raids on the crowd.
Oh yeah. My stepmom did. She did. My stepmom, rest in peace. My stepmom did make popcorn for my cousin and I, who I hope is watching Keenan Foster, and we did watch the crack house raids, and it did look like Benny Hill. They bust out the back and they'd run around. The cops would chase them and be like,
I don't know. I mean, because people I don't really know what that means, right? Taking over. It's like people talk about I guess, well, people even talk about different gangs, even with who gets to sell drugs where, right? They'll talk about taking over territory from the other gang. I have no idea.
But here's the thing. This is how I wanted people to listen.
Sure.
The whole conversation to me was bullshit, right? The gang takeover, this is all fake news. And there were some interesting issues within that got the whole story out there in the first place with the kind of corrupt landlord. But there was a gang problem, is a gang problem in the area.
Yeah, I mean, there were people who were getting beaten up or extorted, by this gang in these apartments, right? So it's even if you don't want to call it a takeover, it's not a it's not a nothing, right? And I guess to me that's what seems like the more important thing. It's because to me it's I don't know, who got what exactly happened this place. You're in a better position than I am to weigh in on that, because again, I did not watch the video, but I think there is a more general issue here about how left media talks about crime, right? And that's maybe what I care a little bit more about, right? Because I am worried about us talking about it in a way that means that people who live in areas where crime is a big problem, which I'm sorry, is a lot of people, right? A lot of people in the sort of left's natural base, right? A lot of poor and working class people live in areas where they actually are really worried about crime. That's a fact, right? And I worry that we kind of overcorrect from Like, look, we all know Fox News, whatever, like how they cover it. But it's like, I worry that like we're so defensive about that stuff that we end up like coming off as if we just don't think it's a problem at all, or like that like anybody who like seems to be too alarmed by it has just been a victim of propaganda or whatever. And I think that like on the larger, like if we can sort of move on from the like, you know, our Anna Kasparian and Jason Miles and Jimmy Cedar Gray going to hell or heaven, right? You know, that like it's like I don't, you know, who's a good person, who's a bad person, right? And like just think about the larger issue. I think that there's a real danger in sort of ceding that to the right. So it's like anybody who does think that's a big problem, it's like, well, these guys just don't seem to give a shit about it at all. So like, therefore we should, you know, the people who, you know, even if their solutions are like pretty grotesque, right? Like it's like these people are offering us something, right? So we should go with them.
That seems to be the problem, right? Because everything you say when you bring up the word crime, unless you say crime doesn't exist, or the numbers are down, or you compare it to the worst time in the last 40 years of history and say, well, it's better than when it was really fucking horrible.
Yeah,
so
the 1990s, which like I think
when I was watching those crack house raids.
Exactly. Like I think that people, yeah, the way people talk about that, it's like, okay, well, it's not as bad as the 90s. Like, do you remember how bad?
Get a better bar. I'm always like, get a better bar. Your bar is low. And also the ad hominem attack of that's a right-wing talking point is meant to shut down anything you say. So even if I say, hey, there's a lot of crime in area X, right? Like I can say without a question of a doubt, and you can agree with this, I live in statistically a very violent area, allegedly, but I don't lock my door.
Well, you also live on the top of a hill on a dirt road.
Regardless, on this same hill, in that house across the street from you that hasn't been rented out since we both moved here, that apparently was a house that the cartel kept hostages, and at one point, hostages got free and ran out, and there were people taped up with their hands and they ran out. My landlord's husband got shot in the stomach because someone was trying to break in their garage. That all happened in this area probably 15, 20 years ago, right? That being said, I was talking to a woman that lived further inland. That reality was a stark contrast from where we live. Everybody had gates. Everybody had bars on their windows. The dogs in that neighborhood, a little bit different than the wild dogs of this neighborhood. Motherfucker tried to bite me in the ass. What I'm saying is, from my vantage point, it's very easy for me to say, everything is fine here. Tijuana is great. Nothing to see here. But bad shit does happen here. Some people do have fears here. Like the police presence in the areas in which we live is huge. When you go inland, good luck finding any sort of cop. And that's how the 90s and 80s looked for a lot of people. If everybody loves Public Enemy, one of their hugest hits in the 90s was 911 as a joke. Because if you did call, nobody was coming to save you.
Remember that song?
If someone did, when LAPD thought that there was a gang takeover in an apartment complex in 86, they destroyed that entire building to find nothing.
Yeah.
So the illusion, when you hear the term gang takeover and you see the imagery, it's shocking. But my first thought is, there's no domestic gang that has the political clout to keep law enforcement at bay.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you mean by takeover, I think that's true.
Right? There's no Venezuelan gang coming up right now. I'm not saying there aren't gangs. There's just not one right now that's going to take over an apartment in, was it Boulder? Or no, it wasn't Boulder. It was somewhere in Colorado. I don't think it was Boulder. Aurora, thank you. Definitely wasn't Boulder.
And I didn't even watch the video. Yeah. I mean, look, I think that I think that a few things can be true here. One, I think that obviously, if look, the last thing I want is to go back to the kind of Clinton era crime policies of lock them up and throw away the key, which unfortunately I think is a very real possibility because I think that there's no reason that pendulum couldn't swing back, right? Could totally happen, but also I think that people are so used to, in our kind of political space, crime is down, right? As as a sort of conversation ender, right?
Mm-hmm.
That I really think that's a mistake because, okay, first of all, even on that metric, I mean, that's crime is down nationally in the state, in the city, right? In a neighborhood, right? As not all these things necessarily march side by side, but also even if it is, it's I don't know. I mean, we have after Obamacare was passed, the rate of people being uninsured was way down, right? But we didn't say, oh, well, in that case, people not having health insurance isn't a problem anymore, right? Because it's down, right? I would think that what you'd be tracking, right, as somebody who wants a better, more materially equal society is, why is it that anywhere in the spectrum of the ups and downs of the crime rate in the US, when it's at its lowest ebb, we still have crazily higher rates of murder and violent crime than any normal first world country, right? And so it's again, this is something I think it's not there's a reason why so many working class people talk about lists say in polls they think this is a major concern. It's not just they've been propagandized oh, they don't know crime is down because they haven't they're watching the wrong news channels. They're not tuning in to Jimmy Cedar Gray to get the truth.
Jimmy Cedar Gray will tell you that the statistics say
there's
exactly nothing to see here,
right? And that doesn't mean oh, we should we should do we should all we should all put up the Blue Lives Matter flag, right? That's not at all the point, right? But I just think that minimizing the issue is a bad idea. I mean, I actually think there is there is something we can I think the main thing is just to say, look, why is it that there's so much more violent crime in the U.S. than there is in other first world countries, and that has something to do with what a brutally unequal society we have, right? That we've got tremendous poverty and degradation, side by side with wealth, which is the combination that tends to lead to a lot of crime, and there are all kinds of things even sort of very modestly social democratic things actually would help with that. I mean, jobs programs, obviously, even even pretty incremental stuff actually has been shown to minimum wage increases and stuff actually have been shown,
which California voted against. Look, if you think about this conversation, and this woman made a right-wing pivot and blah 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 blah, there is no crime and rates are down, blah blah blah. All you have to do is look at what people voted for in places like California.
Yeah.
In cities that were on fire over the fact that they thought that police brutality was a problem, literally had people calling the NAA, or the NAACP literally sent a letter to the city of Oakland and said, please don't fire any cops. The people that voted, that campaigned to defund the police, half of those people wrote a letter to the Oakland Police Department and said, please don't fire any cops. Because we're having a problem. And my point here is, if you don't have a way to truly talk about this, then the conversation does get seated to the right, because they have a wonderful way to talk about it. And they talk about it in the sense, look, everything's failing you because Democrats failed you. Look at the cities. Look at the disintegration of it. How much money do you think these homeless people get? And look at what they're doing. This is what Democrats want. It's because everybody knows Republicans as the tough on crime people, and they lock people up. And for a moment, just 4 years ago, we thought that we could have a better world and people should be housed. That was a big reason why we're using hotels as housing facilities, was because of COVID. People said we can't leave the most vulnerable of us susceptible to a pandemic. And now it's like, well, fucking lock them up. Fuck them. Double fuck them. Just like that. And that is the consensus. We have rolled back laws that were put into place because prisons were so overcrowded, people were dying in them in California. And now we've rolled back these laws to say, no. Just build more. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I guess I haven't checked every single one point by point, but my impression is that everything I voted against passed, and everything I voted
right. And you were looking at it like, there's no way in the fucking world anyone's going to vote for this.
Yeah, it's
right?
like, oh yeah, let's can we raise the minimum wage? No. Can we keep prison slavery legal? Oh yeah.
Like, yeah. Oh, no problem.
Like, no, it's fucking dystopian, and I mean it tells me that the right is winning the war for hearts and minds in fucking California right now, right? Like, I mean, this is pretty dire, and I do think that there's a structural problem here that people don't want to think about. Which, and I'm not saying like I have some genius solution to this problem. I'm just saying it's a problem. You got to acknowledge it, right? Which is that in order, like, if you have some kind of baseline materialism about this stuff, right? That you do think that not the only explanation for everything, but like, the main thing going on here is ultimately economic. Then, if you want a lower crime rate, then you need to tackle that. But of course, tackling that, again, even in sort of like piecemeal social democratic ways, would involve taking power at least the state level, right? If not federally. And of course, that's well beyond the capacity of the left right now, right? But it's like, yeah, several years ago, it's like, oh yeah, you know what we could swing is DA elections in certain very blue cities. And the problem is that I worry that the order of operations is wrong here, right? If you scale back the carceral state in, where you have the power to do so, but you haven't done anything about the underlying material conditions that make crime bad, then, I think you're really setting yourself up for a backlash. And I think we've seen that. Cause look, in principle, I think we can have both, right? I mean, we can have, I don't know. I mean, even under capitalism, like Norway, right? Like is, they don't, they haven't collectivized the means of production, but they have much stronger unions and a much more generous welfare state than we do, and they've also got a way nicer criminal justice system than we do. Like, no death penalty. They don't even really have life in prison. Anders Breivik is going to get out someday, right? Because everybody eventually gets out. In Norway, prisons kind of look like dorm rooms. Right, like every time you see somebody take a camera into one of them, but they have a way lower crime rate because the material conditions are better, right? So that is totally possible. I just think that the way we've been kind of going about it, I understand why, I understand where it comes from, but it's like that the sort of it's like, oh, you kind of grab at these DA races when you can. I think is kind of maybe long-term a recipe for disaster.
This is kind of the epitome of the comment I'm talking about right here. When has the left downplayed the material conditions that make crime? If you're talking to a person that lives in a high crime area, who gives a shit about what causes what? Because that's not going to fix it tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I don't think the left has played down the material conditions. I think the left has played down the crime.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, how are you going to fix this tomorrow? Are you going to midnight basketball? What are you going to fucking do? I want to know what your plan is. And if you don't have one, then I don't want to listen to you. And the person that comes in and says, I'm going to come in here and make sweeping changes, those are the people that most people listen to. If you've never had bullets whiz by, if you've never had shit broken into constantly because of where you live, if you've never feared to walk to school, then maybe you live in a pretty good area.
Yeah.
Maybe these aren't concerns of yours. And maybe you can think about the left and what they say right or wrong, right? And what they always do right. One thing I have noticed, and apparently everyone else has noticed too, you just heard Ben Burgess say, well, everything I voted for in California got voted down. People that, again, just 4 years ago were like, oh, this is a problem with the police. We don't want police in schools. That was celebrated to get police out of schools. Now these same people are like, well, can you bring the cops back in schools?
Yeah. Yeah. You know, because yeah, it's all downstream of the more basic problem, right? So yeah, if you haven't tackled that, you know, then it's really hard to see, you know, what can what could be done about this. And yeah, I think that this is man, this is depressing me. I want to go back to I want to go back to talking about how Jimmy Cedar Gray is a fucking sellout.
Because well, that's the thing that's depressing about it, is because, you know, people get mad because like, well, I didn't say it. It's like, look, dude, here's the reality.
Yeah.
For a moment, we were like, the police sucks. And a lot of people got elected to city council positions. We cared about left DAs that wanted to abolish bail. And once the narrative changed just a little bit, no one knew how to handle it. And usually people said things that don't resonate with people that are dealing with bullshit. Like, crime rates are actually down. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, I'm talking about my car got broke into and someone stole my shit. So fuck right off. And not a lot of people like that.
Yeah. No,
You're flippant in your responses.
Yeah, exactly. If you tell people that the thing that like is manifestly an issue in their lives that that makes it worse and that they're concerned about is like, why are you making such a big deal about it? The rate is down. That like, yeah, it's not a, you know, it's not a winning message. And I mean, I think maybe to, you know, to take things back to, you know, like your essay, that I think it says a lot about where this message is formulated, right? You know, that in other words, like it's not coming out of like big working class institutions like, you know, labor unions or, you know, or you know, mass socialist or communist political parties. Not that we have those in the United States, you know, which is part of the problem, but it's been formulated on the internet, right? I mean, and it's been formulated among people who tend to form their politics through like this very reactive internet stuff. That's like, you know, who said what, and what are the vibes of what someone said, and you know, does that. You know, do I get right wing vibes from that? You know, like that. It's all, you know, it's all about making sure that your enemies are wrong on the internet, and that's just not something that's going to translate into political positions that are terribly useful when you try to take them into the broader world and, you know, and build something there.
I mean, again, a city like San Francisco that had a pretty tough on crime mayor that was very excited to get the socialist DA out of office. She got ousted in the election by a tougher on crime gajillionaire. Again, you know, if you don't have good messaging on this, if your messaging is just stats,
yeah,
then maybe you should rethink the statistical analysis.
Yeah, it's, well, you know, actually what it reminds me of is, you know, I've been seeing people talk about Matt Iglesias the last few days. Nathan Robinson wrote an article about him, and you know, it's been kind of around, and it's like the kind of thing that people like Matt Iglesias will say. These like sort of centrist pundits, whose whole brand is that they're the reasonable people, right? That like be like, you're talking about how like there's all this economic misery, but like actually, low wage workers had their wages rise more under Biden than, in these other years or these other categories of the population, right? So it's like essentially, what are you complaining about, right?
Yeah.
It's like what's the difference, right? It's the same thing, right? That you're saying like, it's like, yeah, it's like, actually low wage workers have done quite well, right? Because you got, you went from being paid, $10 an hour to being paid 10 and a quarter, right? And that, and that's, next year you might be paid 10.50, right? That's what are you complaining about? Like, it's like, look, people like the question is, I mean, certainly if you're trying to convince people to do things like win elections, never mind something more ambitious, like building up like an organized working class movement that could, make more fundamental changes in society. The people who get to decide whether, the progress that's been made is enough or not are the people who you're trying to win over. Right. I mean, like, and so it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, sure. Wages, went up more in the bottom, decile or whatever in the recovery under Biden, than other deciles. That's fine. Are people still really frustrated about their economic conditions? If so, right, like then the first thing isn't your excuse, isn't like doesn't give you a pass, right? And it's like the same thing here. It's like, okay, that's nice, it's the crime is down, crime is down from last year, but the person who just got their car broken into is still gonna be pissed off about it.
Yeah, yeah, but fuck that guy.
Yeah,
crime rate's down.
Yeah, exactly. Like that should not be the discussion ender.
Right.
If like whatever you actually ultimately think the position should be, if that's treated as the discussion ender, right? All you're interested in is like owning people that you're arguing with. You're not interested in trying to persuade people that you have some kind of platform that could help them.
Speaking of platforms, you wrote an article in Damage Magazine called "Is Trump Hitler or Just Woodrow Wilson?"
Yeah.
And why do you find the framing Trump as a fascist is misleading? And how does this narrative divert left priorities? Give us an argument, if you will.
Sure. So maybe I'm being too much of an analytical philosopher about this, but whenever I see somebody say Trump is a fascist, or for that matter, I see somebody say anyone's a fascist, my first question is always going to be, okay, well, what definition of fascism are you working with, right? Explain it to me. Because look, if you're using it as an insult, that's fine, right? Like, I don't know, a few years ago, you and I and Jean Bajalan were driving up to Canada for Deep State's wedding, and we had this whole interaction with this border guard who's been an asshole. And, and once we finally crossed over and we're driving around Vancouver, we're all joking about it. And like, I think I had this whole thing about how it was going to be a kid's show called The Adventures of Fascist Jack.
Fascist Jack, the border guard. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, look, if you're just using it as an insult, fine, right? I'm not going to police what jokey insults anybody uses. I don't have the slightest problem with that, right? But
I'm so mad you remember Fascist Jack, though. God damn.
I'm not going to forget that.
Were you asleep in the car, and did I wake you up with yelling at the guy?
No, I was actually awake at that point. I was asleep for a lot of Vancouver, but I was awake during the Fascist Jack interaction.
I did yell at a border guard. By
that
the way.
is,
I have yelled at. Ben's been around for my yelling at law enforcement before.
Yes, and I was convinced that we were going to be there until 5 a.m. It's just
you knew your asshole was finna
get into deep cavity search. I was like, God damn it, Jason! I really want to just get through this so we could get up to Vancouver and go to sleep. But yeah, so it's like, look, I mean, if you're just using it as an insult, it's just kind of an expressive way of saying that somebody is really sucks in certain ways, fine, right? But if you say no, I literally think he's a fascist, then I want to know, what do you mean by fascist? And at least in the Marxist tradition, there are a couple of big ways of thinking about what fascism is, what makes fascism fascism. So certainly what influenced me the most is probably, so Leon Trotsky wrote a bunch of essays about the rise of Adolf Hitler in Germany, which are collected into a book called Fascism, what it is and how to fight it. And basically what Trotsky says is what fascism is, as like he emphasizes this like street fighting mass movement of like brown shirts or black shirts or whatever the equivalent is in different countries, who would like scrape in the streets with socialists and communists and bust up labor union halls and all this stuff. And then, when the movement took power, they would destroy the normal institutions of bourgeois democracy, ban labor unions and opposition parties, and supplement or even partially replace the traditional repressive apparatus of the state with their own forces, right? So if that's what you think is fascism is, right, then it's really hard for me to see how Trumpism fits the bill. I mean, you have these like kind of pathetic microscopic grouplets like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and stuff who like, honestly, yeah. So
they seem like ops.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that you add all those groups together and there are like 400 of those guys in the entire country and probably like 250 of them are FBI informants, right?
Yeah.
So like, that's probably like, I don't think those are really people are really terrorizing their enemies. I mean, alternately, you could say, okay, maybe Trotsky's wrong. You go with like the sort of mainstream of the communist movement in the 30s. There's Georgy Dimitrov, who was like the Comintern's theorist of fascism, who said that fascism is the open terroristic dictatorship of the most reactionary representatives of finance capital or something like that. I might be getting that slightly wrong. It's like, okay, well, so that's a definition. It's not like Trotsky's definition. It's not about how fascism comes to power. It's about what it does when it gets there. So in that sense, if you want to say Trump is a fascist, that sounds like that definition can be more helpful to you because it sort of doesn't matter whether you come to power by like doing a march on Rome or, beating Nikki Haley in Iowa. But then like that open terroristic dictatorship, the, most extreme, blah, blah, blah. Nobody really seems to expect that Trump is going to do that stuff. I mean, like, in fact, even people who do insist that he's a fascist, like, I mean, there are certainly some people, usually libs rather than leftists, to be fair, but there are some people who really do think that. Like, I mean, Rachel Maddow at one point, was like, "Oh, I'm worried that I'm going to be sent to a camp, right, if Trump wins." She actually did say that, but so there is stuff
She
like
really
that,
thought that.
apparently. Or
Just say, let's Chris Matthews, right?
yeah,
Bernie Sanders wins. They're gonna put my dick on a dick grading machine. That's what Sanders is gonna do.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like some people, but most people will be like, "Oh no. I'm not saying that Trump is going to like ban the Democratic Party and declare himself president for life and have death camps for his political enemies and all that stuff," because that was like old European fascism, and this is like 21st century American fascism. It's going to have its own characteristics and be different, right? That's the kind of thing people will say. But then it's like, okay, but like, what makes both of those fascism? Like at this point, are you just using the word fascism to mean like right wing and very bad? And I find that pretty unconvincing. And could go on forever about this because I'm a nerd and I've spent too much time thinking about it, right? But like, I think maybe the more interesting half of your question is about the politics of it, because it's like, okay, like what are we actually like politically signaling when we insist on this? Like what's the political valence of this? And it seems to me that the politics of the Trumpism is fascism thing is basically three things, right? One is it's whitewashing previous conservatives by saying, oh, there's like a sharp break between that, right? These aren't just regular conservatives.
Well, Bush Jr. used to be a fascist, right?
Yes, I am old enough to remember Bush Jr. being a fascist. I am old enough to remember the people who were like the 2000s equivalent of Never Trump Republicans being like, oh, he's not a real Republican. He's this like crazy new dangerous thing, right? So yeah, totally, right. But it's like now the sort of, oh, Trumpism is fascism. Again, it tends to be like, oh, he's not just like the older conservatives. He's this really radically different thing. in a way that like really whitewashes these like monsters who like, George, I mean, look, Trump is still in competition. He could still take the gold,
He's trying. He's training.
Exactly. He's training hard.
He's training really hard.
When he's doing the YMCA dance and stuff, right? He's keeping himself in shape, for that, right? So it's like, look, don't get me wrong. I'm sure Trump is going to do all kinds of horrible shit in the next 4 years. He's in competition still, right? But like, at least if we're going to compare Bush's presidency to Trump round one, right? Bush did way more damage. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, that's the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. I mean, Afghanistan was the longest war in American history. The Patriot Act, indefinite detention, torture. We like openly tortured people. It was enhanced interrogation, right? It wasn't even a secret, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So like, I think that's one. And then two, I think especially, I mean, this is kind of in the quote that you read at the beginning of the episode. In intra-left contexts, I think that the effect of this is literally fascism discourse is to encourage people to sort of de-emphasize fighting with neoliberal centrists about economic stuff, because like, this is an emergency, right? We've all got to rally around and, defend like the basics of procedural democracy against this urgent fascist threat. Which is I think a total disaster, because I think that you like the only thing that I think can ultimately long term beat this kind of right wing pseudo populism is something better from the left that's going to address the underlying economic issues. And then the third is that I think seeing it leads to people thinking about this stuff in apocalyptic terms in a way that's really bad for the work of actually winning over, the 49.9% of Americans who voted for Trump, right? Like there's no possible way we could realign American politics in the way that we need to even do like really basic social democratic things without winning over like a ton of those people, right? I mean, this is especially this time, right? Like Trump won voters who made under $50,000 a year. He didn't win them by much, but like that's still a pretty dramatic turnaround, because Dems usually win those voters like very handily. He made like, I mean, there are all the racial stats that I think are kind of mostly downstream of that, right? That that he won much bigger percentages of the Black and Latino vote than, especially the Latino vote than he had the last two times, never mind, Romney or McCain, or any of these people. And I worry that it's like, look, to the extent that people take seriously these like really apocalyptic metaphors, that it's like, it's literally Hitler. I worry that leads people to like be much more open to this kind of like real line in the sand, like demonization of anybody who supports Trump, because like, look, I mean, if Trump is literally Hitler, I mean, like certainly, if you grew up watching like movies about World War II, which is to say, if you're like an American, right? Like, I mean, we know how you defeat Hitler, right? Like that's the story about that, right? I mean, it's like, we're going to like reenact World War II somehow, right? It's very confusing, but it's like, that's, like if somebody is a Nazi collaborator, do you try to get Nazi collaborators to join your trade union and, kind of slowly win them over on, more political questions? Like it seems like such a, it seems like such an over the top frame to look at it from. I think it's like really conducive to just writing off this huge section of the population. Whereas I think there are much more grounded metaphors that like, I mean, one of this snarkier section titles in the article was perhaps the left could learn a second analogy. And, it's like, look, yeah, a lot of what Trump says he's going to do is very horrible, right? No doubt about it. And don't get me wrong. I'm actually like I'm slightly personally concerned about some of the stuff that Trump says he wants to do, right? Like, he's floated many times the idea of doing some kind of military intervention in Mexico, which I don't love. I'm doing this as you are, from I'm a few doors down from you in Mexico. Spend a lot of my time here, and he's said a lot of things that I think add up to a promise to do a third Red Scare right in universities. I mean, like he said, he said like that. The GOP platform, right? It's got this whole all caps section that I think a bunch of people said reads like a list of Trump's shower thoughts. And it's like, oh, build a giant missile, shield over America, all paid for, all built by American labor. It's all shit like that, right? And one of the all caps bullet points is deport pro-Hamas radicals and make campuses safe and patriotic again.
That was the thing that made me go, because there's a few things that he will carry out, right? And we saw it in 2016 with the kids in cages and the separation and using that old, I can't remember the act it was they used to do the child separation in the first place. And that kind of blew up in his face.
Yeah.
Because the optics of it were so bad. And I don't know if people remember, we didn't see images of it. You just heard Congress people talking about it because images weren't coming out.
Mm-hmm.
There's audio that's come out from it, but the images we saw, we didn't really see images like we see of other horrible atrocities that have happened in the last 8 years. And that was one of the things that got sanctuary cities. Everybody wanted to, Kamala Harris became a big name because she was like, California is going to not allow Donald Trump to, this liberal strategy of calling Trump a fascist, the broad coalition building they're trying to do against Trump. How does that die? And this is the last thing I want to ask you before we go to the champagne room. How does this dilute the leftist economic agendas?
Yeah. I mean, look, because I think that, I think that there's a pretty obvious logic to if the fascists are literally coming, right? That everything else has to be secondary to stopping that, right? Like that's the, that's clearly, if, just regular bourgeois democracy is about to go away, we're about to have fascism, then work together with anybody, anywhere, right, to stop that, right? And I think that that's certainly like the story that I think in lots of ways, like a lot of us have internalized. I mean, that's the Popular Front against fascism, in the 1930s, which is also something, by the way, I think is a big part of what's going on here. That I think people love these analogies because it lets everybody relive their faction's glory years, right? It's like, never Trump Republicans get to feel like little Churchills, libs get to feel like little FDRs. Most leftists these days don't like Stalin very much, but whatever. We get to feel like the socialists and the, how big, the glorious Popular Front against fascism, right? So I think that tends to it's like the state of exception, right? People like political theorists will talk about, right? When a lot of normal laws can just be suspended because you've got an emergency, right? I mean, this is like kind of a state of exception for the left. That's like that, that like all of the priorities go by the wayside, for defending, democracy against fascism, but, which I think is kind of a disaster, right? I mean, like we just saw, right? I mean, think about the last election that we just finished, right? That one of the really striking differences between 2016, 2020, and 2024 is that healthcare was basically a non-issue. I think almost the only thing about healthcare that anybody is even going to remember from the election is Trump saying he had the concepts of a plan. It was just more absent than would sort of be almost possible to imagine after 2016 and 2020, right? Because there was no left candidate in the race. And like, if you want any evidence that that the issue itself hasn't gone anywhere, I mean, as we're having this conversation, we are a day out from a healthcare CEO getting
Fucking sniped.
getting sniped, and
Fucking sniped in broad daylight.
and like and I've got to say it is like, I mean, whatever, you can have a whole conversation about his vigilantism is a good idea and all that stuff, right? But it's like just on a visceral level, right? It's kind of amazing how much fuck that guy there is at the grassroots.
Jesus.
People who are like not leftists.
I showed you. Okay. So last night I did the show I did the sports show in Tijuana on location, and afterwards I went to this spot and to charge up my computer and get ready to go home.
Sure.
And I saw a video from a pretty right-leaning YouTube channel that covers crime.
Yeah.
And I wanted to see if they had, I didn't really know much about it. I haven't really been following the story. I just heard about it because we've been talking about it in our group TIR chat. And when I saw the video, which was, I don't know how to put it, is deceptively right-leaning about the incident.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the comments because I thought the comments were going to kind of echo the same sentiments, right? Oh my God, crazy vigilante violence, unacceptable in New York City. How could this happen in Midtown? No, on a pretty far right-leaning site, the comments were all, and I shared it with you guys.
Yeah.
Man, that's what he gets. Fuck this guy. Right. That guy killed more people with denying claims than anybody else. I was shocked.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like, look, the reservoir of anger, is not going anywhere, right? Like, and I think that, in fact, I mean, in some ways, I mean, this is all kind of downstream of the left's defeat, right? Because, because it's like, look, if you don't have any hope for political action to actually do something about our awful barbaric healthcare system, right? Then like, it's like, yeah, I don't know, just can at least get out the popcorn, when like things descend into street level violence, right?
Like it was one of those moments where you're like, people hate elites, and for some reason, the guy that's been the poster boy of elites since the 70s becomes the mouthpiece of frustrated people against elites.
Yeah.
The whole thing to me, that's why I don't listen to people that go, such and such candidate should have said this. I was like, no, it doesn't matter. Repeat what I just said and tell me why there could have been a better message. At this point, unless you're not playing in the mud with these people, it doesn't really matter what you say, especially because the Democratic Party still wants to be extremely polished and PMC in their presentation. They're the quote unquote smart people in the room.
Yeah.
And it feels like that every so often we'll elect one of these crazy straight shooters. I'm a straight shooter. I'm a Washington outsider. And then shit goes to hell for 8 years, and then you get the polished Obama in there, then that shit goes to shit, then you get the straight shooter again. It feels like a horrible wash, rinse, repeat cycle, because there's something to be said about our love of authenticity.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you haven't solved the underlying problem, right, then why shouldn't it end up being cyclical, right? And I don't know. I've thought about like, so the like, is Trump Hitler or just Woodrow Wilson is a I mean, in some ways it's like a very normie friendly way of making the point that it's like, and I mean, I guess if you're just looking at the headline, you might miss. It's like, look, I think Woodrow Wilson was, as Joe Biden once said of Corn Pop, a bad dude, right? He did a lot of really bad things, right? In fact, Woodrow Wilson did a lot of the specific bad things that Trump has promised to. sent troops to Mexico, started a Red Scare, right? But I think it's sort of a usefully less apocalyptic metaphor, right? And I think that you know, I think that if you're gonna be serious about building up a workers movement, like actually having a left project that could ultimately be successful, in a country like the United States, you've just got to have an incredibly long-term view because, like last I checked, we have like a 6.7% rate of private sector unionization, and we couldn't even get like a minimum wage increase passed in California, right? As I said, all the stuff I voted for failed, right? So I think that if you're going to turn that around, right, you really need to have a long view. And if everything is a 3-alarm emergency all the time, I just don't see how you're going to get through the long haul.
Well, Ben Burgess, will you be joining me in the champagne room?
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it. I can't, I can't wait to see what the equivalent is tonight of that, the video from one of the last times I was on the champagne room of the woman who was talking about why she found gangbangs liberating. This is the kind of top tier content that you get in TIR champagne rooms.
Of all the things that we've done, I would hope you would forget the whole liberation gangbang lady. Or not. Or keep bringing it up. The most popular clip from last month, the second most popular video on this channel was you and I discussing Rick Beato and what we disagreed with. There was no gangbangs.
Yeah, no, it was actually a good discussion.
But another popular clip was us talking about the cut couch. We did create the cut couch.
See, I saw, our friend Tony say in the chat that we're in the age of hyperbole. So it's a cut couch now, not just a cut chair.
Oh no, it's a whole couch. It was an entire couch. We made a clip. Please
there could be like 10 cucks at once, in the cut couch.
This isn't the regular just one cucking. This is a group cucking. The group cucking.
No,
and that's how you get bucked.
Yeah. I actually thought the Rick video discussion was really interesting.
I didn't know that people were going to care that much, but I think there's a lot of hate watching as well.
Yeah, that's probably true. But no, wherever we end up being, wherever we end up landing tonight on the Rick video to cut couch spectrum, I'm here for it.
Cuck bleachers, someone calls it. It's kind of like cuck bleachers. I didn't think to call it cuck bleachers. Maybe that would have gotten even more views had we just said cuck bleachers and not. Yeah, I think the clip is called "Interrogating the Cut Couch."
It's like the
the cut guest house. Recliner cut couch. It wasn't a recliner, it was just a couch that made me think, why is the couch positioned not
facing the bed?
Not yet facing the bed and not the TV. Like, why?
Well, on that note,
the cuck interrogation. But yeah, there's I think I sent it to our group chat, but it should be a cute discussion. We don't have to be on too long. I know it's late. What I'll do is, for people that are watching on Ben's channel, give them an argument, GTAA. I will send him the link so you too can join us in a very uncensored conversation. And I will try not to. I haven't been watching any of those videos that I did before where we saw the gangbang liberation lady. But I'll tell the story about what happened in Canada if you guys like, so you know why Fascist Jack was such a fucking douche nozzle. He was being fashy fucking Jack at the border at like 4 a.m. for no good reason. Fuck that guy. If he's watching right now, hey, fuck right off.
Yeah. It's so funny too, right? It's like it's the perfect it's the perfect petty gatekeeper personality job that it's like, oh, you're defending the border of fucking British Columbia, right?
Yeah.
Now that's like against the waves of Americans who are
4 40-somethings in a fucking car that just, we don't want any trouble. If anything, we want to stretch our legs. Like, nobody's trying to fight you, man.
It's just the ultimate, it's just the ultimate. I get to feel important because I'm an authority figure, and it's like what you're doing, the job description, God forbid that guy was absent from his post and people could just drive from Washington State into British Columbia. Like, we just have anarchy.
The border was just that dude. There wasn't even like an arm that came down.
Which is actually part of the story, but yeah.
Yeah, he could have just like ran out there shaking his fist. Like, yeah, if we had a video of Rick Video talking about gangbangs being liberating, that would be how we fucking make real.
That would be quite a shift for the tone of his show.
That's how you know that guy sold out. I have on the show today.
That's like how Hawk Tuah girl's new bid for relevance. That she's just gonna come on the show and
and actually fucking just gobble cocks. Just with fuck. Oh god, that just sounds sad. That little girl. She actually is something I want to talk about because she is made the news with a stock scam. I'm being serious. Millions of dollars.
I actually did. That's probably why she was in my head in the first place. Is that I
hope. All right. On that, like Ben said earlier, on that note, if you're a GTAA subscriber, just hang on. I'm going to send Ben the links. He'll put it up for you guys. If you're a TIR subscriber, the link's already there. I can't wait to see you guys in a little bit. We are out. Good morning to most, good afternoon to others, and good evening to our viewing audience across the pond. I am your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. If you're new to the channel, thank you so much for joining us. If you are a returning subscriber, hey, welcome back on this lovely Saturday afternoon. It will be Saturday afternoon when you see this episode. I am pre-recording this episode for me Monday morning. So sadly, we will not be able to respond to your questions or comments on the screen. I may be lurking in the chat on Saturday morning if I don't attempt to sleep in a little bit. All of us here at TIR would like to send a big thank you to all the subscribers on all platforms and patrons. Without you, we couldn't do this. For those that don't know, this is the Saturday free show. There is no bonus champagne room. It's our way of allowing you guys to get a glimpse of what goes on beyond the velvet rope of the TIR VIP. As I said earlier, this show has been pre-recorded, as scheduling with our guest is difficult because he himself has a very successful podcast and a life outside of podcasting. And since he's written this piece, he's been making the rounds on shows as well. So I was very happy to get penciled in to the very busy schedule of Alex Hakuli. Eulogizing the millennial left. There has been a lot of eulogizing of the millennial left as a generation of missed opportunities and co-optation. Vincent Bevins, Chris Catrone, and Anton Yeager have recently written books that attempt to reckon with the young left's crisis of failure. Should we expect more out of the generation born on the heels of the anti-political Generation X? Looking at myself here. Millennials were born into the era of commodification of counterculture and a glorification of baby boomer propaganda. So why wouldn't they believe that protest alone would bring about the revolution? From our guest article in American Affairs Journal, Omelets with Eggshells. I did love that title, by the way. For this generation, it seemed as if the crisis was always arriving too early. We were always unprepared, both in ideas and organization. We didn't know what hit us. No one told us politics was like this. Generation X was the generation that imbibed the failures of the boomers and the new left. It was the generation of the end of history. And so millennials took a world without politics as a given, until this was suddenly thrown into question in the 2010s. In the terms of the transmission of ideas derived from experience, a gulf separates us from previous generational waves of activism, from the new left of the 60s, and before that, the old left of the 20s and 30s. No one was there to hold our hand, and yet our failure might turn out to be a consequence of the fact that we were too beholden to the past without even knowing it. Again, that is an excerpt from Omelets and Eggshells and American Affairs Journal. Wherever you are watching or listening to this, there is a link in the description to the piece, to our very guest's excellent podcast, Alpha Bunga Bunga. Please welcome friend of show, Alex Hakuli.
Oh. I didn't really hear the introduction because I was too busy tending to my life. It's very busy, my real life that you claim that I have. I don't know whether it adds, gravitas and weight to what I say. If you say, he has this like life outside of podcasting, or no, his whole life is podcasting. I don't know.
I think you have a life. I mean, unless every picture on your Instagram is just all staged.
Isn't it all?
There's a crew of people. There's a fake woman that you throw out there to pretend she likes you. Unless all that's fake,
yeah,
I think you have a life. I'm somewhat envious of it. I look at those pictures sometimes. I'm like, man, fuck that guy. I'm bald. Why can't I have a life like this?
This too is open to you, bold man. You too can have this. Follow my 3 simple steps.
No. I'm joking about being. I'm very happy for you, actually. Getting to know you from when we first had you on from the End of History book, which I have to send a shout out to Gene Bajlan, who suggested that to me when he was still. I think Zero was done at that time, but it was in that weird transition phase where I don't think Sublation had like got off the ground yet. I think your stuff got through before the Doug Lane Exodus. I'm really glad I got to read it. I've read it multiple times. I've suggested it to people. I think I've even bought it for a few people. Very important book. Maybe your book kicks this off. Coincidentally, I don't think, you got, unless you guys are all a clique and this was a plan beforehand. You and Yeager and Bevins, and that would be funny. But I think it is a very important read in this pantheon of leftist eulogies, and yours might be the proto eulogy. So again, thank you for joining us. Is it too soon to write off the millennial left? Didn't the same thing happen to Gen Xers?
I mean, part of the problem with answering that question is that it itself is somewhat question begging, right? Okay. Because then you go, well, what is the millennial left? Exactly. Why are you defining it in generational terms? Which is a question that other people have asked me about in my article. I mean, I take the term from some of the books that I've reviewed, and I don't think we even used the term specifically in the end of history. But this is all part of a bigger discussion and an ongoing kind of critique. We've had, I think, all the authors almost on the podcast before, and have had them on, over the past 5 years or something. So it's a part of an ongoing, an ongoing process, an ongoing discussion and critique of the millennial left. And whether you use the term millennial left or not, I'm not wedded to that. But I think what is important and what binds the millennial left as a coherent concept, whether we use that term or not, is the fact that it refers to the wave of activism that followed and responded to the consequences of the global financial crisis of 2008. So we on BungaCast did this big series on generations, right? Looking at the emergence of generational consciousness back in the mid-19th century through to the early 20th century, and then looking at the boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, etc. Right? And what are our main points that we made in that, and it's something that I just taking the opportunity to repeat here, is that generations, it doesn't really make sense to talk about generations as a coherent category across society, but there are certain moments that are so formative that they do create a sense of generational consciousness, right? Yeah. And certainly the baby boom was a massive one because it was the first generation that had grown into the affluent world post World War II, of the welfare state and so on, where people had access to consumer goods on a kind of mass scale for the first time. And also just the very material fact that there was a genuine baby boom. It was a very big generation. So there's a lot of young people looking around being like, hey, we're all young here. And how we're different to these old guys who knew the world before the war. So that's a real thing. And millennials, a little bit less so. I think for millennials, the real formative moment, although it's a sizable generation, it depends, what country you're talking about. But in the US, millennials are bigger than Gen X. I don't think what determines the millennials is the size of the generation in the way that that the baby boomers were. Yeah. What's definitive for the millennial left is the global financial crisis. And that actually means that for a lot of people of the millennial generation, myself included, some people belong and some people don't. Right? If you came into adulthood and we're already like in the job market and we're maybe 25 when the global financial crisis hits, your experience is very different to someone who's 15 when the global financial crisis hits, right? And these people, the 25-year-old in 2008 and the 15-year-old, are bundled in together. Anyway, I'll say all that as kind of a bit of a prelude, but the real point here is that the global financial crisis is the first moment of the end of history, of the falling apart of the world of the long 90s, of the post-Cold War era, where everything was taken for granted. There was consensus around liberal democracy as the final form of human government, et cetera, et cetera. And the global financial crisis throws that all into question, brings in very severe austerity measures, accelerates neoliberalism, especially in Europe, but in the US as well. And so this whole experience provokes a wave of activism, certainly from Occupy onwards, and for that matter, the Arab Spring as well.
Mhm.
So I think it's important to kind of look at it specifically in those terms. And if you look at it in those terms, then the answer now in 2024, 4 years on for the defeat of Corbyn and Sanders, you have to say, well, that moment's gone. So you might, well, millennials, I'm a millennial. Maybe I will be involved in future waves of activism that happen in 5 years from now, and we'll be very involved in whatever. That doesn't mean that it's the millennial left moment. Use whatever term you want, but it is like it's clearly one can bracket that period from 2008 to 2020 as like as a coherent sort of moment, unified by responses to the consequences of the global financial crisis. And now we're in a different moment. And whatever happens now, if there's a sudden upsurge in activism, that would be of a different moment. And that's that. So I think in that regard, we can say, yeah, we can call time on this.
In your article, which is a brilliant analysis of the 3 books, If We Burn, Death of the Millennial Left. I haven't read Yeager's book yet. That just came out, right?
Yeah, I think they all came out. They all came out in 2023, like towards the end of the year, I think.
Yeah.
I got my review copy, I think, back then. But I mean, it's also ideas which he has written about, and together with his co-author Arthur Borriello, written about in various other places. So it's and in any case, as I say, it's all part of a kind of a discussion that we've all been having, I think.
Oh, definitely, and we've had Yeager on to talk about his articles, and I really like Anton actually. The post 2008 crash, you have these 3 phases that you talk about of the millennial left. You just said the post 2008 crash and the election of Obama, the anti-capitalist protests, and finally the young left's flirtation or fixation on achieving political power. The first part for me is interesting. I like to do more domestic look at the domestic left for me, the U.S. left, and the election of Obama for a lot of people, much like the election of Clinton, is an end to 8 years of Republican rule and also a foray into war that lasted for 20 years. And Obama was supposed to be an end to that. He was the first Black president. To many people, he was, I don't know if you remember, he was a socialist. Remember, a lot of people called him a socialist. Far from it, right? The Obama years is an interesting time because it's also a lot of people's first time getting political, millennials and Gen Xers as well. And that organization to get him elected definitely falls apart after he gets into office. Can you speak about these 3 moments for us? And let's maybe start off with the post 2008 crash and why that's such a pivotal point for this look at the millennial left.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when, before writing the review essay, I wouldn't have thought of the anti-war protests of the 2000s as belonging to the same moment as the millennial left for the reasons I've just been saying. And I still don't. But I kind of took my lead a little bit from the books and the way that they put those things themselves, particularly Chris Cutrone's, which starts off by talking, because his book is made up of contemporaneous essays, so it's all responding to current events, which is different to the other books. The other books are looking back. He's looking very much at the moment, and it's a compilation of these essays. So, but he talks about the kind of anti-war left of the post-Iraq invasion period. So, 2000, arguably before 2003, but certainly 2003 up to 2008, that whole moment. But I would categorize that as kind of the millennial left's prehistory. I don't know if it really makes sense. There are always continuities, and I think we maybe get on to the way that there's continuities between these different waves of left activism from the boomers onwards, and how, in a way, that's a problem because, as I write in the article, it turns out that maybe we're too beholden to these ideas from the past, which we haven't even consciously digested. Right, it's something that we've just kind of eaten.
Oh, I have friends that were part of that organization for that great big protest in 2003, and I was with, I won't say his name, but I was with one of them some months back in the Bay Area where I'm from, and we were talking about that because I've just been trying to pull a perspective out from the people that were there, that were actually there, and kind of get a sense of what they felt at the time and how they feel now, right?
Mm.
And one thing that this person had said to me was, you know, we didn't have organizational power in labor unions. We had no political power, and pretty much they just waited for us to go home.
Yeah.
And once we went home, it was business as usual, and all this didn't mean a thing.
Well, not to mention, of course, the election of Obama, which in the U.S. more than anywhere else is so determined. Like what the left is doing is so determined by who the president is at the moment.
Oof.
That
Oof.
like, oh, Obama's here. Okay, cool. Let's go home. It's fine now.
Yeah,
Everything's fine now. So but that's why, because you have this long kind of interruption, and certainly Obama's elected on a sort of anti-war ticket. For all that he actually accelerated the whole the kind of perma-war thing, but he was elected on that, and so he puts an end to that, and so there is a break. That by 2008 the anti-war movement's already running out of steam, and then the global financial crisis, and it turns everyone's attention to something else, right? And it's and to a certain extent it turns people's attention to capitalism, in quotation marks, and that I argue, and some of the other people that I've reviewed also argue, that there's something at least incipiently positive in that, in not just doing this very defensive anti-war argument, which doesn't really carry with it a vision of a world that might be different, but here it really targets the kind of nucleus of the system, at least ostensibly, and so that initiates the real millennial left as we know it, right? And that phase is the phase of protest, of the occupation of squares, many times taking their lead from the Arab Spring in particular, but there's also, Occupy Wall Street. There's the occupation of the squares in Southern Europe, particularly in Greece and in Spain. So you have this whole process, and you have the student demonstrations in London as well, which I was involved with, and often involved kind of being kettled by the police. So there was a kind of occupation of the streets inadvertently. Because we were forced to just stick around for hours and hours in a police kettle. But so I think these were kind of shared experiences, and there was in the UK there were occupations of university departments and things like this. So it was all a reaction to austerity primarily, and it was all the tactical response to that was occupation, generally speaking, and that occupation often didn't really have a clear end in mind. On its, according to its best case interpretation, you'd say that this would be a way of getting people together in a shared space and to build connections and to build organizations. At its worst, it pretended to be prefigurative, which is to say that whatever we're doing here right now is in some ways already communism, and therefore we can learn from this. Or if we just keep doing this thing, then communism will happen, or whatever. Probably don't even call it communism. It's call it, I don't know what they were interested in. But
anarchism, right?
Yeah, well, exactly.
Would you say, as someone that was in these protest spaces before the Sanders Corbyn moment, because I'm a true believer that the Sanders Corbyn moment is kind of where socialism, communism, these words become more comfortable to say. Identities start to get built around these ideologies.
Yeah,
but we're also coming out of the 80s and 90s, and if you were, I don't know, leftist wasn't even really a term people used. I don't even, alternative counterculture person. Liberal was still kind of a good word in some circles. You were anti-consumerism. And do you think what we saw in 2008 was kind of an extension of this anti-consumerism?
I think that's partly right. Yeah. I mean, I remember, I studied anti-consumerism back in the, but sort of in the 2006, 7, 8 period. I remember, kind of when I was at university writing a thesis on that. And that was of a piece with a certain like anti-modernist left, which tried to reject the superficial aspects of corporate life in the name of, well, it's unclear what it was in the name of. It was sort of based on an imagined idea that one could do without industry, do without a lot of the superficial aspects of consumerism. But it was really premised on an idea that everyone has enough. Everyone's kind of fine. You know, their lives are fine. So if we just consumed less, we would have a more authentic way of living, right? So I think it's interesting because that's very of a piece with the pre-crisis moment when the economy is not politicized, when people's living standards are really not. It's like, well, there's economic growth. We don't really care about that. We're kind of against it, but probably don't even think about it because economic growth is something that happens on in the background. Capitalism works even according to its own terms. And so what we need is to try to carve out a more authentic way of living within this. So what if we just got rid of Walmart, where all those poor, horrible, poor people shop?
Yeah.
Yuck. Ew, right? So there was a different snobbery to that anti-consumerism, but not that disguised, I think. But that all changes again. That all changes after the global financial crisis, Occupy and all that kind of stuff that comes after the occupations. That is a moment of well, it responds to the global financial crisis and the question of austerity, but it also tries to respond to the crisis of democracy and the lack of representation. But its answer to that question is anti-political. So broadly speaking, it rejects the political establishment without really proposing anything new in its place. There are no big banners that are waved that say, hey, we want socialism, or we want, I mean, at best, it was calls for direct democracy. I think that was probably the extent of it. But broadly speaking, it was a rejection of those politicians there who don't represent us, who don't have our interests at heart. And, if they were gotten rid of, maybe something good happens, right? Or maybe we just need to get rid of democratic politics as a whole and just have some more direct form of representation. At its furthest extreme, it's precisely that horizontalist notion that we all here encamped together are the new government, that we can kind of rule directly over this little space. And then you have the farcical reenactment. I mean, it was already kind of farcical, right? It was already farcical, but then you have a farcical reenactment of that during the Black Lives Matter protests, of 2020 or 2021, 2020. Where you have the occupation in Seattle and stuff like that. So, But that's like this bizarre continuity, and I think it's important to mention that. You might say, well, that's a quite specific example. Who cares? I think it's important because it shows that the way that so much of these waves of left activism keep kind of repeating themselves, even when they appear to be the opposite. So even when you've had, in the more direct scenario is like, well, you have the waves of occupation, then you have the more the kind of Corbyn Sanders moment where you're focused on elections and winning power, and it seems far more serious, and it's talking about socialism. And then when that all falls apart, it's like, well, let's back to the anarchism, back to the anarchism wagon. Let's go do the thing that we were doing before. But as I'm sure we'll come on to discuss in a second, what's fascinating is that this second wave of millennial left activism, the Corbyn Sanders moment, retains a lot of continuities with the first moment, even though in many ways it pretends to be its opposite, right? So even though the first wave is like leaderless, it tries to be horizontal. It says there's we're all here kind of collectively together. We just need to occupy this square, and then the regime will fall, right? At least that was what was going on in Egypt, but to a certain extent in Spain. The second wave then says, no, actually, we need leaders. We need to focus on elections. We need to talk about power. We can't just be in the square and make our demands and be the good guys against the bad guys, and then good things will happen. No, we need to be much more practical. We need to be much more engaged with power. But then but what's ironic is that they have these bizarre sorts of continuity between the leaderlessness and the leaderist focus, despite them seeming opposite to one another. And I mean, one of the objectives of the article, or I guess the main one that I want to bring out is to kind of learn the lessons from this, because we don't want to find ourselves in 5 years' time with suddenly another upsurge of activism amongst the masses as a whole, and not just the educated middle class, because in most cases we're talking about kind of educated middle class, albeit downwardly mobile, being the main agents of these protests and of the political parties and the kind of Corbyn Sanders moment. But if there's another upsurge, so we don't just repeat what we did before, thinking like, well, now it'll be right this time.
But you and I know it's one of the further questions down the list, but you speak about the leaderism. I've definitely done some work on that. There's a video essay we have called, I think it's called "We Don't Need Another Hero," where I somewhat jokingly talk about the love affair with daytime talk show hosts and how it seems funny, but we have to remember that Donald Trump became president of the United States. Right? Jesse Ventura became a governor, and Arnold Schwarzenegger became a governor. So we do have a love affair in this country. Ronald Reagan was a president with celebrity culture and its ability to kind of wrangle the masses. And in the 80s and 90s, I'm sure you might not know, U.S. pop culture to this extent. And if you did, I'd be shocked if you remembered Morton Downey Jr.
Nope.
That's okay. Okay, good. Because if you knew that, I was going to walk up yourself and say, turn the TV off. But he was a pretty far right figure. But before we kind of have, I don't want to say an understanding, but images based on these ideologies, where people can actually say, I am brand right winger, I'm brand leftist. Morton Downey was just brand loudmouth, but he was to the right of people like Rand Paul in the 80s and had an extremely reactionary show, but it resonated with young people, and his audience would be filled with young people that wanted to see him pretty much yell at leftists, which I found kind of interesting. And there is something to be said about this moment where everybody wants a hero, and there does seem to be a feeling of doom and gloom as 2024 looms near, and there's this election coming up in the States, and no one knows who to vote for. Well, I don't want Biden, I don't want Trump. It's like, well, it's never been the only thing you could do. There was a world where we organized around other shit.
In fact, it's probably better that there is no one to get behind. Like that might focus minds on.
But it feels like the focus on institutions or organizations isn't even there. I mean, DSA is losing members. So what's happening with this idea of leftist organizations even?
So I think one of the most positive, and in no way do I want to oversell this, but I think one of the positive elements, it seemed, of the period, let's say the populist period, because let's just for the sake of terminology, there's the protest period, which runs up till around 2014 or something like that, and then you have the populist period, which is 2015 to 2020. And so the populist period is now turned towards organization, at least ostensibly. It's turned to elections, turns to leaders, it turns to kind of in some way trying to get people all together in a more formal structure. And it's it's not by any by chance that at least two of the books, and indeed in our book as well, talks about the question of organization. And it's not like it's very important, I think, not to reduce the question of organization to just a tactical question. So like, oh, well, how do we organize better? Like, what do we do? And I think across a lot of the left, there's often a very regular confusion of tactics and strategy, and indeed of those two and goals, which are not the same thing at all. So when you talk about organization, I don't mean like, oh yeah, well, we needed to knock on doors in a different way, or change our messaging, or we needed to get people form smaller groups or larger groups or whatever. That's not. Those are kind of very much tertiary kind of questions or tactical ones. The question about organization is fundamentally an ideological one. It's about how you conceive of politics. And so you might have an insurrectionary conception of politics, where suddenly the masses who kind of break past their instinctive conservatism and turn out on the streets, and then that can lead, either they be led by a small group, vanguard group, or somehow just all collectively seek to overturn the powers that be and storm the Winter Palace or whatever. But that implies certain organizational questions about what you should be doing, right? Whether are you going to form that vanguard group to lead the people once they all turn out on the streets? I mean, that's a legitimate answer. I'm not sure it's the right one, but it's a legitimate answer. right? Which follows on from your conception of politics. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's slow building with that capillarity, which I think is a word that's not really used in English. It's maybe in Portuguese, so I may get that confused. But basically from the grassroots up, that you have hierarchical and linked organizations, and that capacity which is built from kind of the local level of civic organizations through the political party all the way to the top, and that you build this political bloc, and little by little it gains ever greater power, winning 5% at the election, and then 10%, and then 15%, and then trying to break through to get a majority or at least a plurality in an election. And then that entails other organizational strategies and tactics, right? What I think is like the real problem with the whole period of the millennial left is that these questions are at best broached in a purely tactical manner, and that they skip steps, right? So the problems of organization, particularly the ones that Vincent Bevins talks about in his book on the kind of global protest movement, I think it's fairly obvious, because I think most people already agree with what the problems are there. The idea that you just occupy a square or the streets and you shout slogans and good things ensue, when we know that can be very easily co-opted and at worst ends up in civil war. But in a less bad scenario, it just ends up disappearing and evaporating with nothing having happened, or it's co-opted by the right in different ways and used to their benefit. So I think everybody knows that that's like bad, right? It's like we shouldn't do that again.
I don't ever underestimate. Don't ever.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, if you're listening to this and you think it's good, it's not. It's bad. Okay. It doesn't work. It's actually disastrous. And you have to speak for yourself and say what you're about. And the fact that all these occupations and protests rarely had a real name for themselves, and certainly didn't have a name for what they were for, I think tells you all that you need to know. If you don't speak for yourself, someone else is going to speak for you, and that's what ends up happening. You have the international media speaking for you, framing it as a kind of color revolution style pro-democracy uprising that suits kind of U.S. imperial interests, or you'll have more organized and more ready to use violence right-wing groups who are able to seize the moment, or just simply large corporations, the media, etc., who will be able to turn it towards their own interests. So that's very bad. But so let me just get to the point about protest. What you think the protest movement, or excuse me, when the populist movement resolves about that, is by having a more focus on organization. But as I point out in the essay, there's like some ironies here. So what happens is, like with these with some small nuclei who organize these, end up kind of inadvertently organizing or calling these mass protests, or these protests which grow to be very big, is that because they don't have any formal organizational structure, it ends up relying on informal friendships, right? So it ends up being you and your mates calling the shots, and there's no accountability there, much less accountability than a formal organization where people are elected to leadership positions, and you can recall them, hold them to account, and so on. And that applies at very small, like nuclear level, as well as in much larger organizations. And the irony is that the populist turn on the left from the 2015s onwards is that a lot of the political parties, and you can look at various examples in Europe, tend to replicate that, because instead of having a formally organized party with branches, with branch leaders, with cadres being formed, but having a chain of responsibility leading up to the top, what you've got is this whole mass of new members who've often joined for nothing. Maybe they haven't even had to pay dues, or they've joined for very little, and therefore can leave without any real consequence, and often have joined via online platforms. So you get this big mass of people, and Arthur Borriello and Anton Jaeger's book is very good in explaining this dynamic. You have this mass of people, and then you have this leader at the top, and maybe you have a small number of other people who support the leader. But what happens is that this is ostensibly very democratic, because you have this big mass of people who can vote on what policies they want to be pursued or whatever. But there isn't really the space for deliberation to happen. And so it's not really the membership creating policy in the traditional way that political parties used to work, but rather a big mass of people often just ratifying what the leader has decided to do. And what ends up happening is that you end up with a fairly unaccountable clique of people at the top making shots, calling the shots about how the party should act, what its policy should be, what its general approach should be, what its politics should be. So the populist moment thinks it's avoiding and circumventing or resolving the problem of organization of the horizontal moment of the protests and the occupations. What it actually does is, in many ways, it replicates it, because it doesn't really grapple with the deep organizational problem, which is the lack of density of civil associations, which form the building block of parties, and always did. And so, like, you know, that's one of the many ways in which the populist moment tries to skip steps politically, I think. And we can maybe talk about some of the other ways, but ultimately it's based on a kind of quick shot at power, right? Like, let's just grab what we have here, try to cobble something together and make a quick shot at gaining executive power. And we find that doesn't work. And even when it does work, it tends to fall apart pretty quickly.
Well, were you living in Brazil during that?
So I was living from 2016 onwards. Yeah.
Oh, so you were there.
So I was here for and caught the tail end of what had been a mass mobilization of the left, but not even necessarily subconsciously of the left, but which made social demands, social and democratic demands. So it was at least incipiently like left wing or left oriented. And that burst out in 2013. It was the biggest protest movement ever in Brazil's history, 2 million people across the streets over months, and which continued into the World Cup the following year, and protests around the building of these mega stadia and whatever. And then by 2015, 2016, that is explicitly right-wing, turned against the Workers' Party, and ends up leading to the impeachment of Dilma Rousseff. So I was there for the kind of second act of that, the second or third act, yeah.
You were there for you get there for the kind of the right-wing turn, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I'd been following it from abroad, but of course, when you're actually here and you see it on the streets and you feel it in the atmosphere, then it's an entirely different thing.
What's interesting, so we had Vincent Bevins on the show, and I have to thank you for that, because I had emailed him, never got back. You sent the homie bat signal out, and I got it.
The bunga signal. It's like
yeah, I appreciate that. That's what friends are for. And he had, again, I don't know how many books Vincent sold with the Jakarta method, but it felt like more people really loved the Jakarta method more than If We Burn. And I really hope If We Burn sells a gajillion copies, because it's a very important book, as is the Jakarta method. But there is no secret underlying CIA co-optation with a lot of these, and there's so many people that want to, there's a government deep state spook operation pulling the strings. A lot of this is just kind of pointing the finger at maybe a failed strategy. Is that hard for people to swallow?
I mean, so my immediate instinctive answer is a kind of psychological one, and I know that's probably wrong, or you shouldn't do that, but there is people who decide that they're on the left, I think in many ways are motivated by a sense of injustice. And that's pretty fundamental. And it's like, you have this idea that you have people in power and they're bad in some way. Yeah. Whether that's structural, or whether in the worst case scenarios in a very fetishistic way, understood as being them somehow, constitutionally somehow bad or evil, and therefore against your interest, but whatever, in one way or the other, the world is run by people who are bad or doing bad things, and there's just a wave of injustice, and we want to fight the good fight. And I think there's a kind of always a temptation towards being the glorious loser, which I think is not a good kind of disposition for politics. And people on the right, to a certain extent, have this a little bit, because there's the kind of lost causers from the, people who wave the Confederate flag all the way through to kind of contemporary Trumpers or various forms of kind of, right populists or national populists who also like to play victim, because unfortunately victim politics is now entirely cross spectrum. Everyone wants to be a victim.
That's a whole show, brother.
That is a whole show. But it's important here, because I think the left does have this. The left kind of started it, I have to say, of wanting to be the victim, because they want to speak for the victim, but also be the victim. And there are any number of tragedies, and Vincent's book about the massacre of 1 million people in Indonesia, and the way that kind of completely destroyed any prospect of revolution. And indeed even of reform in Indonesia, something we covered on our podcast quite recently, again, is something which is like obviously very effective, but also but also writes the left kind of out of the story, right? It ultimately, there's nothing really you can do about that other than scream about injustice. But there's no one to appeal to. There is no one in charge. There's no daddy or ombudsman or judge or whoever to whom to appeal to say this was wrong, we want restitution. There is no one. And sometimes maybe we forget that and therefore are too happy to be screaming about injustice rather than actually trying to think, okay, well, the critique should be turned at the left. There's no point really critiquing the right. They're not going to be unlikely to be very swayed by moral arguments. So we need to be critiquing ourselves. And we should be unstinting and pretty brutal in our critique of ourselves and what we do in a way, as a way to seek to do better, which is a bit of a trite way to put it, but as a way to kind of rethink our politics and in terms of effectiveness, and then think of like, what do we actually want and how do we get there?
I mean, look, what you're talking about is even hard for people to do on a personal level, right? There's $1 billion industry on, not looking at yourself in the mirror, but having better words to call other people names, to not look at yourself in the mirror and say, maybe I'm the problem. So, it's a difficult thing to do, and I think these books that we're talking about do an amazing job of it. I'll put a link to all the books on this show so you guys can check them out for yourselves. I haven't read Yeager's book yet, but because of our relationship with Sublation and Ethnogatrones, and again, I loved Bevan's book. Usually for these shows we read, or I do read as much of the book as possible before the guest gets on, and then I have to move on to another book because we have so many guests. But that's when I went back and finished and then read the conclusion again, highlighted a bunch of it. Very, very important book. Shifting gears a little bit, one place it seems the millennial left has had some success is in the media. Nowhere as large as the multinational corporations that run media conglomerates in the West, but much more successful than underground zines. Is this a good thing? What happens to a left that has its most successful base in online spaces and not organizations?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, one to which I don't really have a direct answer. Obviously, given the choice between having a base in the media and having various media outlets, autonomous ones, as well as having representatives being picked up on mainstream media talk shows, that versus having trade unions, political parties, various groupuscules organizing and getting together in real life, you would definitely choose the latter. Right? I think that should be fairly, that you'd hope that should be self-evident. I think a lot of the left has often felt, certainly in the period of the past 40, 50 years, if only we had a megaphone, then we could win, right? So if only we could get these people off of watching Fox News, or even, I don't know what all the news channels you have, CBS News, MSNBC, whatever. If we could be on there and just be shouting at people through there, then they would know, right? But instead they're brainwashed by the mainstream media. I mean, that's a very Gen X style of politics, which the millennial left has slightly left behind. And in fact, the way that the millennial left overcame that bad Gen X politics of perceiving everyone as brainwashed, as everyone a dupe, sheeple out there, who, if only they listened to the right people in the media, then things would be better. The way that was overcome, ironically, was by the millennials becoming enamored with new media and thinking, aha, now we have this, at worst polycentric, but in practice, very sort of autonomous media landscape with all these little things sprouting up. I can get on Facebook and talk to the world directly. I can organize a protest on there. I don't have to rely anymore on getting the BBC or CNN to report on my protest and making it go massive. Now it's in our hands. And so the left fell in love with media again because of the internet.
But did it fall in love with media, or did it fall in love with itself? Because there's something very narcissistic as
Well,
people on in the podcast. Yeah. I'm not.
I'm
afraid
just
to look at
looking at
the
myself. I'm just looking at myself on the screen here. I'm not even looking at you, man. I'm just looking at myself.
As two dudes that make a living, looking at themselves and other people on a screen, realistically, is there something somewhat narcissistic about this moment where everyone has the megaphone? Meet spaces are dead because we can do it all online. This has been said over and over again, and people go, well, that's not really. I was like, yeah, it's still kind of happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's do you remember the cover of Time magazine in 2012, 2013, the person of the year, and the person of the year was just like a mirrored cover, so as if to say you're the person of the year, and I'm like, oh, fucking awesome.
Like seriously, I was thinking about this as I was reading your piece, and I remembered a conversation I had with Doug Lane a year or so ago where we were talking about the Truman Show. And I'm like, are we all in the Truman Show now? Because it does feel like that moment. I had Joshua Citronella, probably said his name wrong. Citrelia. Josh, if I said your name wrong, if I said your name wrong, Josh, you have permission to punch me in the nuts. I'm sorry. But he wrote a very interesting piece on these kind of crazy political ideologies he found online. We joke about it with this image right here, this Calhoun Leninism.
That's like MAGA communism, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe that's kind of
like the MAGA, kind of like the MAGA communism thing. There's all these kind of odd ideologies that don't make sense, and you can do that in this current medium.
But I think that points to the fact that this would have been a critique that would have been directed pretty much to the left, and maybe not, people might go, well, no, but not the various kind of socialist little groups, but broadly speaking, the kind of cultural left as a whole, right? So we were talking about people in the media, academia, everybody kind of progressive, all sort of progressive across the side. It would be directed at that, primarily at that sort of group. The thing is that now this is across society. This is, as I talked before about the way that victim politics has become completely cross spectrum. Well, the kind of media narcissism also is now cross spectrum. It's no longer an issue which you say, well, this is something problematic on the left. So I think that to a certain extent means that we have to change our critique of it and how we approach it. But yeah, I mean, you put it back to me like maybe we didn't fall in love with media again. We fell in love with ourselves, and I think there's a lot of truth to that insofar as we saw ourselves reflected much more directly in a way that we didn't see ourselves reflected in CNN back in 1990 or whatever, right?
I mean, look at the Sanders moment for a second. Those cats that were part of this, not everybody, but a lot of people that were in that campaign, that party, were working for Sanders. Sirota writes a script that I think was Oscar nominated. Brianna Joy Gray's got a podcast. Tina Turner had a podcast. Like a lot of those people went into media. They didn't go back and work on other campaigns. Again, I'm only speaking domestically. I can't speak for the people that work for Corbyn.
But there was a similar process that happened in Britain. And I mean, I think even to pick a really farcical example, Pablo Iglesias, who was the leader of Podemos, the kind of left populist party in Spain, which emerged from the streets, from those occupations that I was talking about. And then academics got together and formed an actual political party, which you think, oh, that's good. That's progress. That's way better than just occupying a square. Occupying the square has actually led to some real concrete politics of a political party. And then they got into bed with the kind of mainstream neoliberal center-left party, and that killed any kind of radical credentials they had. They got identified as being at the same time too establishment and too leftist, which I think is interesting. And then, now it's kind of all kind of gone. I mean, it still exists, but and now I took the piss out of this on Twitter the other day, but Pablo Iglesias is now setting up a bar in Madrid, and okay, that's fine.
I saw that.
Nothing against that. I would love to have my own bar in Madrid. I mean, Madrid's great. Love the bars, blah 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 blah. But the thing is, it's all lefty branded. So all the drinks and the cocktails are all have like Fidel Castro or Leon Trotsky or whatever it might be named about that, and it's just so kitsch that I'm like, I just find it very cringe. So anyway, I kind of feel like that's itself a kind of its own coda on the millennial left. But to talk about media, I think that it is the positive way to look at it, I think, would, if it were this, and I don't think it is, it's that this is a moment of very deep political crisis, and I think the backwash of the wave of millennial left activism should allow us to be actually asking really deep questions about what politics is and can be or should be at a very fundamental level. I think we might have to go way back, right? Kind of forget everything about the 20th century, go all the way back to the beginning of the 19th century, maybe, because I think our position historically might be more analogous to that than it is, before the formation of the working classes, of the proletariat, and its emergence in the mid 19th century. Maybe we're in a position more comparable to the 1830s or something like that. And I say all that because I think we have to be serious about considering at least the possibility that we might need to rethink everything from scratch and try to avoid, therefore, these little shortcuts to kind of like, let's just pick things up where we left off in the 1970s, pretend neoliberalism never happened, and just roll back neoliberalism. As if neoliberalism was just some bad ideas which bad people came in and implemented, and they were more powerful and we couldn't stop them and we could just reverse it, which is not the case. The neoliberalism was fundamentally a crisis of the whole post-war order, which couldn't continue because the system runs on profits, and profits were squeezed then. And so for the system to run, they had to do something else. Neoliberalism worked. Neoliberalism worked for the system. It worked. It was necessary for it. There was no other solution. The solution was revolution.
Would you say it worked again for people in the 90s during the Clinton years to the early 2000s?
I think to a certain extent, because it finds also neoliberalism is able to remedy its legitimation problems, not so much its accumulation problems, right? So it's not about not so much the profitability question, but about how much trust the regime has. It was able to resolve that by adopting kind of more lefty ideas. So you had the original neoliberalism of Thatcher and Reagan, which was nasty and horrible and right wing. And which may be sold to certain people if they were yuppies and aspirational, but for other people not. But the Clinton-Blair moment, and even up through to the Obama, and indeed what Hillary Clinton was trying to sell, was one which said, well, look, you get under this regime, you get gender equality, you get racial equality, all the old prejudices and bigotry and whatever is being left in the past. Of course, they have to keep saying, no, but actually it's a big threat because you need to keep buying into it. But at the same time, the sell is that, well, you don't want to go back to the old racist and sexist 1970s. What you've got now is you've got a real win here. You're more free now than you were before. You can consume your freedom. And
we were, though. We were consuming our freedom in the 90s and early 2000s. Financial deregulation in the United States, and I'm not saying this is a great thing. I'm just explaining the moment. Due to financial deregulation starting about 94, really, right? The end of Glass-Steagall. A lot of people are lifted temporarily. The word doing the heavy lifting is temporarily out of poor and working class into middle class, and from middle class to
and there's loads of private credit sloshing around the system.
Oh God, yeah.
And a load of cheap commodities coming over from China. So a TV, which would have been an expensive thing to buy, suddenly it's one of, if you look at kind of commodities whose prices like really dropped over the past 20 years, TVs have become suddenly really cheap. You can have loads of TVs, right? And you can have and you have credit to buy that, and so that buys a certain amount of legitimacy, right? And so it worked for a while. I don't know where we were with media in relation to that, but I think like
you can watch it on your smart TV. That's what
anyway, I know where I was going with that to kind of loop back. My point is that insofar as media provides a venue for reflection, discussion, debate, which you guys do very well on This Is Revolution, we try to do it on BungaCast. I think that's good, right? And I think that's important, especially right now, because it just simply going out and acting and I think is, as we've seen, as I write in my essay, as these books testify to, hasn't been productive. We've ended up in many ways in a worse situation than we were in 2012 or something. So I think in that regard, it's good. On the other hand, and what is probably more realistic is that a lot of the kind of mediatization and media focus of the left is a way probably of avoiding these discussions, and for a lot of people, for individuals, just to kind of have a sustainable kind of life and have some public profile and whatever, which whatever, good for them. But that's not. I think it's
that's not what we started this for,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
None of us started this so we could get recognized, at the local coffee shop. You say in your piece that the millennial left has become the last defender of neoliberalism. Now that definitely resonated with me because I've been working on something I wrote, kind of a long essay that Alfie turned into a little mini book for his everyday analysis. And my follow-up to that is called Come As You Are, Neoliberal Leftism. So when you said that line, I was like, God damn, man, I really like Alex. What did you mean by that?
Okay, so I think we can understand that in three different registers. The first is that it is neoliberal insofar as its politics are parasitic on what neoliberalism promises as its benefits. So I've already mentioned particularly kind of the politics of race, gender, and sexuality, which are fundamentally neoliberal, and the left's job mainly has seen the left has seen itself as or seen its own job as being making good on these promises, right? And saying, no, but you all are sexist, racist, blah, 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 blah. We need to kind of make, we're going to be the real anti-racist, anti-sexist, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. In that regard, it just kind of perpetuates the neoliberal politics, precisely because a lot of this politics is basically the politics of human resources. It's the politics of the professional class, and it ultimately is, if anything, it builds organizations and capacities for the policing of the working class more than anything else. The second way in which it's neoliberal is that it just reflects back a lot of the other general tendencies of contemporary capitalism, which I wouldn't reduce necessarily to neoliberalism, because neoliberalism could be overcome tomorrow and these features would probably still persist. And so I cite some of them in the essay. Short-termism, right, which is a product of financialization and product of fast-moving financial flows. Everything needs to be today, instant, just in time. The left kind of reflected that in its short-termism. Let's get Bernie elected now, and then who cares what happens next? Bernie will have won. Yay!
But is it? Well,
hang on. Okay.
Does that speak to the moment that we're in, where everything is just in time? Like, we can only see the world in just in time.
I mean, yes, but you'd hope that the left was able to somehow bring values, perspectives, principles which don't currently exist, and speak in their name, rather than just reflecting back what's going on now. So, I mean. Yes, it's hard, right? But I think the short-termism thing, I think it's really important, because if things remain short-termist, we are doomed. Forget about it. Give up. Go enjoy doing what. Take care of your family. Enjoy doing. Give up on politics.
go to retreat.
Give up on politics. There's no.
I want to ask you a serious question about that. So I went back to the Bay Area to do some family business, and I had to meet someone that's going to come on the show soon, and they wanted me to meet them at this protest in San Francisco for Palestine. And it was probably about 15 people in front of the San Francisco Chronicle building. And of the 15 people, 10 had to be in their 70s and 80s. Are we a little disconnected with the old left?
Yeah, I mean, they would have been the new left.
It would have been the new left.
The old new left, yeah. Yes, I mean.
And is that a good or bad thing? Because there's different. Let me add this. There's also different new leftists that I've had on the show and that I've met in real life. You have the SDS faction, and you have the people that were like anti-SDS. They're like, well, those were the rich kids,
right?
So you have you definitely have different flavors.
I think, on one level, it was problematic. And, you go to any left meeting, it was always like a couple of old fellas and then a bunch of millennials and then hardly anyone in between, which to a certain extent bolsters the case for talking about this in generational terms. I know even though people, myself included, are allergic to kind of generational politics. I'm against generational. I'm against millennials versus boomers. That's bullshit.
Yes.
That's utter bullshit. But in terms of categorizing and understanding things as waves, then I think there's some use to that. But anyway, I think that, so in that regard, the kind of breaking of traditions is problematic, because it means that you feel like you're constantly reinventing the wheel and you're doing dumb stuff, which maybe your elders would have experienced before. On the other hand, and here I'm very much with Chris Cutrone and his interpretation, which is that the problems of the left, what we have inherited as the ideas of the left today, are basically an inheritance of defeat. It's the defeat of the 1930s, it's the defeat of the 1960s, it's the defeat of the 1980s, and now the defeat of the 2010s. And we've taken those ideas for granted as being like, yeah, that's good leftism. That's how stuff works. That's what the politics that we should have. When in fact, it's those very ideas are ideas of defeat. They're ideas that led to defeat, and they're ideas that are products of past defeat. Right? So, resistance against neoliberalism. Well, that sucked. That didn't work, did it? And yet we kind of think like that's what we need to kind of do, but do better and do in a different way, but continue doing that. We need to have kind of spontaneity and self-expression, be able to like be yourself. Well, no, that's just the dumb bullshit 1960s ideas, which also led nowhere and led to actually, in fact, a cultural revolution within capitalism, which provided the very basis for neoliberalism. So there's all these ways in which we have swallowed this stuff and not digested it and not really thought about it. So in that regard, the temptation would be to say, let's forget all the histories of the left from the 1920s onwards. Let's forget all that, right? But unfortunately, if we just forget, we'll just be doomed to repeat it. So I think there needs to be some form of digesting and continuing critique of ideas of the new left, ideas of the Gen X left, and indeed now ideas of the millennial left. It needs to be continually critiqued in the name of what we fundamentally want, right? Not just can we go back to like 1963, which incidentally, the whole political spectrum wants to go back to 1961 or whatever in some guise or another. The left wants to go back to kind of social democracy and the welfare state, maybe jobs of that period. And the right wants to go back to a more kind of monocultural society. Maybe it has racist conceptions of kind of more racially exclusionary society without migrants and blah, blah, blah. But that's what everybody kind of wants to go back to. And I think we have to be conscious about the fact that there's no going back, and think about what truly we want. What does liberation, human emancipation look like today? That's what I mean about really going back to the start of things. So I think the question of tradition, which I raised here as a problem, is a tricky one. I don't have there's no kind of 5-word answer, kind of snappy.
No, look, brother, I didn't bring you on here to tell me the answers. Right.
No, I'm good. I don't have any. Leave me alone.
That's why we have these discussions. I wish you were there with me. I think we would have had a fun discussion post that thing. But it was interesting to see people still quote unquote fighting the good fight at these advanced ages as we. Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I think they're not being short-termist. And by the way, when I say we can't be short-termist, that doesn't mean you can't fight against injustices and wrongs and fight for freedom in the here and now, in small things, local things, whatever. That's not at all what I'm saying, right? So lest I be misunderstood, the point about short-termism is that capitalism, is in some ways in decline. The growth engine has disappeared. It's becoming increasingly authoritarian. There's hardly anything very positive that one can point to, bar advances perhaps in medical technologies. But broadly speaking, this is not a moment of world historical progress in any sense, even in the kind of one-sided sense that capitalism always is. In that, and the rulers of capitalism, everybody who's in charge of anything, is just thinking in very immediate short term and not looking to resolve the issues. They're looking to the next election, they're looking to the next quarterly earnings reporting, et cetera, et cetera. And so if the only people it falls to actually think long-termism is those on the left, those who are committed to human emancipation. And so that you need to be thinking in 20, 50 years time spans and work backwards from there, rather than necessarily just be, kind of.
But it goes back to
the next thing.
But to me, it goes back to the whole short-termism, and even if you try to talk, it's hard to talk about in generational terms. People say, "Well, they said the same thing about the '80s, and they said the same thing about the '60s." Like, yeah, I get that, but we're in a moment now where anything I want, I can get from a job. I could just turn on an app and work a little bit. My neighbor in the front drives Lyft in San Diego a couple days a week. And can pay his rent. Again, I live in Mexico. The cost of living is a lot cheaper. You can get a date. We were joking on the show the other day about from gig economies to gig relationships. That has to affect the way people see the political spectrum as well, because you're doing something that didn't happen before. Is you have a voice in a small box that seems like a large box. So what I mean by that is you can say, I stand with Palestine, and 1,000 people write on you. That feels like a lot. But in the grand scheme of things, Netanyahu gives no fucks about your Twitter post. It's not moving the political needle. There is no left to move the political needle anywhere in that, but it does feel like politics. How do you get out of that is my question, because it feels so fucking permanent.
I mean, or at least to make a comparison, it's like the same sort of dopamine hit that you get when you post some nice picture on Instagram and people, give you a little heart, right? And I think avoiding that. But I thank you for saying the point about, driving Lyft, and because I think that, it's a very material reality, which the question of, having everything instantly on hand, whether you want to order something as a consumer or indeed you want to provide a service as a producer, whether you drive Lyft or you do deliveries or whatever else you might do as a sort of within the gig economy or platform economy. That's a very material reality, which expresses itself in consciousness insofar as people think in very short-term ways and feel very insecure and unstable in their lives, which then itself has material consequences, right? So I think it's, these aren't just like, it's not like you can just be materialist and not think of ideas. No, these things are very intimately connected. And I think you illustrated that really well, actually, with making that point. So where was I? I think I just wanted to round out about the point about being neoliberal, actually, right? Because you asked me, like, how is the left the last standard bearer of neoliberalism? So I made the point about the politics of race, gender, sexuality, right? I made the point about short-termism, and there's other elements in which it reflects back the biases of the contemporary order, which is the bias against political programs, against mass organization, against institutional building, the reliance on media and charismatic leaders. All these things the left kind of has just reflected back what the mainstream and the right is doing. And then there's a final way, which is that it's just wedded to organizations which are neoliberal or neoliberalized in various ways. So the left in Europe is, broadly speaking, wedded to the European Union, to the process of European integration. It believes it can reform something that is fundamentally unreformable and is designed not to be reformed. It bakes in economic policies. It's like an economic constitution you can't change. You know how hard it is to change the US Constitution? Well, the European Union is basically like that, but actually far worse. The US Constitution is way better. At least it gives you freedom of speech. That's really important. The European Union locks in policies in a much tighter sort of way. So it's wedded to the EU. It's wedded to organizations like the Democratic Party, which it believes it can't really kind of see beyond. It's wedded to the university, which has been fully neoliberalized. And to the extent that it ever kind of provided a little kind of safe haven for creating ideas, whatever, it very much does not anymore. And, there's other people who can speak much better to the kind of crisis within academia than I. But the point is that the left is either hunkered down in these institutions and the media as well, for that matter, and therefore won't really want to go against them, or is just wedded to the notion that, well, the Democratic Party is the way somehow to pursue your end goals. And I think at some point rupture is necessary. And I think the problem with the millennial left, one of the kind of four major problems I highlight, is that question of rupture and unwillingness to really make rupture, even when it's handed to you on a plate. So I talk a lot, and I've talked a lot about on BungaCast, but about the examples of Brexit in the UK, and Syriza literally being in power, literally in charge of government, and having 61% of the Greek people say we don't want to accept this memorandum, and therefore implicitly we need to leave the European Union. Well, we need to reject it, which would most likely mean leaving the Eurozone and leaving the European Union, and then backing away from it, backing away from a massive democratic mandate because they couldn't broach rupture, because they didn't want to lead, and ultimately that is a moment where leadership is essential. So I think that's a real problem.
You've talked to Giannis, right?
I haven't. No, I should get him on the podcast. But I think like particularly my co-host Phil has said such nasty things about him. It would be difficult getting him on the podcast.
But I'm not going to act like he just knew who the fuck I was. Pascal and I had a contract with the Real News, and we had so many people to interview for the Real News, and he was one of them. And Pascal had asked that question, I think, in closing of our interview, and he's still hurt by it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? By that decision, it was the death nail for him. And you write about it in your piece that trying to have some sort of foresight to say, if we don't do this, it's going to be bad, but it's going to be bad regardless.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Like, and Chris Cutrone cites Trotsky in his book, and I think it's completely right about those who want guarantees in advance should give up being a revolutionary. Now, of course, the answer to that might be, well, we never wanted revolution. What are you talking about? We just wanted kind of a return to social democracy, to roll back neoliberalism. As I said, I think that's rather impossible because of all of the conjunctural factors that made the post-war order possible are no longer there, let alone the fact that there's many aspects of it which would be undesirable. It was a product of defeat. It was the kind of grand compromise that emerged when revolution didn't happen across the West. So I think the point I would underline, I guess, is that there's no guarantees, and there's a whole discourse which is used very instrumentally to diffuse any left-wing radicalism, which is to use victimhood and to say, well, if you do these things, it's going to break up a lot of stuff, right? If you leave the EU, if you try to break with the Democratic Party and run against the Democratic Party or do whatever might happen, then bad things will happen. Trump will be elected, or there'll be a massive recession or whatever, and this will hurt the poorest and most marginalized who you're supposed to be caring about. How dare you? Shame on you. Mm-hmm. Right. And I think that's just a bullet you have to bite. That's kind of propaganda on behalf of the status quo, effectively, and doesn't reckon with the fact, again, being long-termist, things are getting bad and they're getting worse. So that image of how bad things are going to be if Trump gets elected or you leave the European Union or whatever, those are going to happen anyway. It's just about, one, what time scale it happens over, and two, whether you actually have some horizon of possibility that is created through your actions. Whereas if you just stay put and try not to break too many eggs, right, to refer to the title of the thing, if you stay put and don't try to break too many eggs, you're going to get a shit omelet regardless. But there's going to be no possibility of moving beyond the current order. So you have to be willing to break eggs, right? You're not going to get that omelet without breaking eggs.
I don't think we're willing to break eggs.
But maybe not now, right? I think the only the optimistic vision, and I think Benjamin Studebaker writes about this. I've talked to him on the podcast a couple of times, and his book I think is another one of these you can add to the pile as referring to the kind of current moment and to the millennial left and whatever. Is that we might need to kind of really reach the bottom of the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the well, and to really be despondent and to have very little hope left in any of the current institutions that exist, to really start thinking seriously and clearly about what would be necessary for political change.
I did hear a little bit of that Studebaker interview, and I really liked it. I heard the little trailer you guys put out, and I really dug that. So I need to pick up. Is his book out yet?
His book is out. Yeah. It came out last year. I think we had him on the pod. That episode's free now. I think it was the one we did the interview on his book. But no, I think it's a very good book. I think it's very thought provoking at the least.
Like I said, I really like that conversation you guys had. From what I heard. And I see the sun is setting on you, so I'll let the sun set on this conversation.
It shouldn't be. It's just that it's monsoon rains which have come in, and so it's like prematurely dark.
But
But yeah.
Well, it's a holiday here.
No, I'm not saying like, no, keep me on, don't let me go.
I'm sure. Again, I've seen your Instagram. I'm sure there's wonderful things you have planned today. You're gonna play tennis with your shirt off or some shit like that. You son of a bitch.
Well, that sounds way better than.
There's no research you have to do or reading. You're just gonna go gallivant.
I was gonna go for a jog tonight. If it's not raining,
Just gallivant.
Yeah, gallivant. I should do far more gallivanting than I do. Thank you for the encouragement.
As we head into the 2024 elections in the West, there's like elections here in Mexico as well. What role, if any, is the millennial revolutionary left going to play at all? Does it feel to you that a lot of people are going to sit out this one?
Yeah.
The UK as well.
So the UK is going to have an election. Labour is going to win by a landslide of some magnitude. Unclear exactly how much. And in the US, I suspect Trump's going to win, but it'll be tightly fought. There's not going to be any even kind of progressive, let alone really radical presence, I think, in these moments. And across Europe, if you're looking at, there's going to be European elections for a parliament, which is effectively a rubber stamp parliament, but nevertheless acts as some sort of a bellwether. It's going to be the same usual kind of right-wing populist and indeed far-right parties who are the beneficiaries of that, who generally benefit from a protest vote, but which, when it comes to time to national elections, they rarely are able to really put together a resounding win. And I think one interesting thing that the past couple of years has shown, particularly in Europe, but I think in the US with Trump as well, is that for all their putative and rhetorical radicalism, these right populist parties just become part of the establishment. And all they do is kind of reform the establishment kind of rightwards and change the discourse on certain cultural issues, on policies like immigration, and relitigate the past in many cases. So, hey, actually, Mussolini and the fascists, maybe they were kind of all right. Maybe they did some good things too. I mean, that's what Meloni's doing.
Maybe he just went a little too far.
Maybe, exactly. Yeah. Someone just needed to rein him in a little bit. But but this is something that happened with Bolsonaro in Brazil, trying to say, hey, the military dictatorship was a time when things worked, when it was when there was economic growth, when there was order, there was, you could have a stable family where there was public morality, blah 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 blah. In Argentina,
segregation.
Right. Wow. Yeah. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. The way that the components of the Rainbow Coalition of the Democrats is falling apart, and indeed many parts of it voting increasingly for the right, I think is a very interesting phenomenon in the US, and I think it's happening to a certain extent in Europe as well. Which again, at least hopefully should provoke people to think a little bit more deeply, rather than just relying on the idea that demography is destiny. But I think the left isn't going to do anything now in 2024 in response to anything, or indeed probably by the 2025 elections in France. Wait, have I got that wrong? I have got that wrong. But anyway, just trying to think of other kind of major elections across the West. But the left isn't going to have anything to say to that. What we can see is the fact that any sort of anti-establishment, anti-political force and drive that, and indeed frisson of excitement that these right populists provided, I think will eventually kind of fade away, because they come into power and don't really do anything. Meloni is more Atlanticist than her predecessors in Italy. Le Pen has shelved any kind of discussion of breaking from the European Union. So for all that there's talk of this radicalism and they're going to bring in fascism or whatever, no, they're not even going to.
What about Milei? What about, is it, am I saying it right? Milei
in Argentina. I mean, there it's a disaster. The inflation has increased, which he promised, and there's a lot of resistance. There's a lot of kind of resistance in the streets from trade unions as well to his policies. So I suspect he only lasts another year or something before he's chucked out. And all these kind of right populists have different vibes to them. Trump is a little bit more left wing. Maybe I'm being provocative there, but he was anti-globalist in a more serious way, at least in trying to repeal a lot of the free trade agreements, trying to perhaps even challenging the preeminence of NATO and saying, well, you European countries pay for your own defense. So there was something a little bit kind of, radical there, which played to kind of Rust Belt voters, whereas other ones are just fully kind of libertarian stroke neoliberal, which is the case of Orban in Hungary, or Wilders in the Netherlands, or Milei, who's to take the furthest extreme in Argentina. And so they're even less interesting, I think, in many ways. But I guess the only interesting thing is how they're able to challenge or channel a sort of oppositional vibe against an establishment which is perceived as quote unquote socialist because it is bureaucratic. And unfortunately, I think in the minds of a lot of people, socialism is almost coterminous with kind of bureaucracy and people telling you what you can and can't do, which I think is lamentable, but is the case and should prompt us to think a little bit about what our politics are and should be.
That's why I love getting into political conversations with strangers.
Yeah.
I'm always shocked at what strangers just want to. I don't walk around with like hammers and sickles on my shirts at all, dude. So I don't know why people want to yell at me about politics all the time. But Alex, you got some changes coming up in the BungaCast. You've added some people, I think, from what I saw. Can you tell us a little bit about that before we go?
Yes, we've had a revamp. We've been going for 7 years. Maybe got that famous 7-year itch, but we're not splitting up. We're just getting bigger and better, I hope. We are partnered now with Damage Magazine, so subscribers of the podcast get a free digital subscription to Damage, and I think Damage is excellent. I'm part of the editorial group there, as is George.
I published something in Damage, so
yeah, no, it's definitely a great magazine. And so we're going to have regular Damage authors and editors on the podcast to discuss their articles and go a little bit deeper in that. Damage is actually looking forward to publishing its second issue, which should be out soon. I'm very excited about that. I have a big, long essay in that about our hyper-accelerated world and how to... So
Ben Fong has tasked me with writing something that has been the biggest... Maybe because he tasked me with it, that it's been the biggest hurdle mentally about steroids and a bunch of other stuff. But it's been really hard for me to flesh out. But I saw you added Catherine Liu and
we had Catherine Liu, Amber Lee Frost, Lee Phillips, and Alex Gurevich. So all people who come from different kind of disciplinary perspectives. That's putting it too academically, but kind of have different interests, different areas of expertise, different focus. But who I think collectively will be coming on the podcast kind of on a monthly basis each, and will kind of contribute to the conversation, and hope be able to, so that we will aim to do more and also broaden our coverage to areas which we maybe sometimes neglect. So more culture, more questions of psychology and of affect, more kind of questions of literature and arts, but also more on science, technology, the built environment, climate change, and things like that. So a lot more stuff, and I'm looking forward to we're just kind of getting started now on a revamp. So I hope people will join us.
Well, wherever you are watching or listening to this show, there are definitely links to the Alpha Bunga Bunga podcast, one that I listen to more than watch. Listen to it on Podbean, where I distribute my shows as well. There's also a link to the article in the American Affairs Journal, Omelets with Eggshells. Did I say it right?
That's it. Omelets with eggshells. Yeah.
He is Alex Hockley.
I'm not Hockley.
I like Hockley makes you sound like you're a smart guy from a foreign land.
Hockley.
That's how I'm supposed to say it.
Which is how I was supposed to say it, but I don't even say it that way. So
Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I can't go around saying that all wrong. I'm still trying to pronounce the Spanish words right. Bro.
Do whatever. Yeah, do whatever you like. It's fine. These are the labels are secondary, including names.
Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. Please tell George I said what's up. I got the pleasure. I was very, very honored to be invited to be a guest on your show last year. So
and we'll have to do that again. It is, as always, brilliant to talk to you, as it has been this time. So I look forward to more of it.
It's always fun. Thank you guys for watching, and we are out.